Good morning, everyone, and a hearty welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. In a short while, we are going to begin our program, so I request everyone to kindly be seated. आए हुए सभी गेस्ट जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, आप सभी का अभिनंदन मैं करती हूँ और आप सभी से गुजारिश करना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज़ आप अपने अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं और ख़ास तौर पर मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है जितने भी अवॉर्डीज़ हैं वो हॉल के लेफ्ट साइड पर जो आपके लिए सीट्स रिजर्व की गई हैं वहाँ आकर बैठे. Once again, I request to all the awardees, kindly be seated on the left side of the hall, जो seats आप सभी के लिए reserve की गई हैं. Because in a short while, we are going to begin our program. So I request once again to all of you, kindly be seated. Thank you so much. I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? I request everyone to kindly be seated as I'm very pleased to tell you all कि हमारे बीच श्री सोम प्रकाश जी, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, पधार चुके हैं और साथ ही Mr. Daren Tang, Honorable Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, DJ WIPO, हमारे बीच पधार चुके हैं, and in a short while we are going to begin our program. So I request everyone to kindly be seated. और एक बार फिर से मेरी गुजारिश है, जितने भी अवॉर्डीज हैं वो हॉल के लेफ्ट साइड पर जो आपके लिए सीट्स रिजर्व की गई हैं, आप सभी से गुजारिश है कि प्लीज वहां पर आप बैठें. I request to the sound engineer to kindly increase my volume. I was just going through welcome of Secretary Shri Rajesh Chief I Director Shri Karan. ठीक है? Welcome of Joint Secretary, Mani Concern Secretary, DPIT by Professor Dr. Pandey, CGP, TTR.
जो लास्ट में पीछे जो बैठे हुए हैं, they can come forward यहाँ पे आगे वाली rows में.
Okay. Nobody is here. हमारे जितने भी अतिथि ऊपर के रोज में बैठे हैं, मैं आप सभी से गुजारिश करना चाहती हूं कि आप सभी आगे आकर बैठ सकते हैं, क्योंकि आगे की सीट्स खाली हैं और मैं चाहती हूं कि आप आगे आकर बैठें. जितने भी अतिथि पीछे की ओर बैठे हैं, आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल टू काइंडली कम फॉरवर्ड एंड सेटल. Once again, it's a humble request to all of you to kindly come forward so that we can begin our program. आगे की 3-4 rows बिल्कुल खाली हैं. So it's a humble request once again, because you're so far, we can't even see you. So I request you all to kindly come and sit in front.
ब्लू चेयर वाला को जल्दी से नीचे.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's a request to all of you, those who are still sitting at the back, जितने भी हमारे अतिथिगण पीछे की ओर हैं, ऊपर के रोज में, आप सभी से मेरी हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप जल्दी से आगे आकर बैठें, क्योंकि हमारे बीच हमारे माननीय अतिथि पधार चुके हैं और बहुत ही जल्द हम अपने इस प्रोग्राम का आगाज करने जा रहे हैं. सो फॉर दैट आई वांट यू ऑल टू काइंडली क्विकली कम एंड सेटल इन फ्रंट without wasting even a single moment, because those who value time value them, और हम चाहते हैं कि हम अपने प्रोग्राम का आगाज ऑन टाइम करें. So I request once again, please quickly come and settle in front.
नीली सीट वाला कोई नहीं चाहिए.
मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, जितने भी ब्लू कलर की सीट्स पर बैठे हैं अतिथि, प्लीज आप सभी आगे आकर बैठ जाएं. ब्लू सीट्स पर जितने भी हमारे मेहमान बैठे हैं, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है जल्दी से आप सभी आगे आ जाएं.
मैं नाम से बुला सकता हूँ, मुझे नाम भी पता है उनके. मुझे अच्छा नहीं है.
अच्छा, नहीं. जब हम बुला रहे हैं वेलकम के लिए, जब मैं मेहमान को बुलाऊंगा, ये पूरा बोलूँ राइट?
हाँ, पूरा बोलिए. इट्स वेरी गुड.
एक बार फिर से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ, जितने भी अतिथि पीछे नीली कुर्सियों पर बैठे हैं, ब्लू सीट्स पर बैठे हैं, प्लीज आप सभी जल्दी से आगे आ जाएं. और जितने भी हमारे अतिथि खड़े हैं या घूम रहे हैं, उनसे भी मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज जल्दी से आप बैठ जाएं. I request you all to kindly stop the movement now and settle quickly. Well, I think I'm quite audible to you all. आप आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहे हैं? Please, it's a humble request. Kindly come in front. अभी बहुत सारी सीट्स हमारी खाली हैं आगे. Please, ladies and gentlemen, those who are still there on the top rows, quickly come and settle in front. The front row is still vacant. I request you all to kindly quickly come in front. आप सभी आगे आ सकते हैं, आगे की पूरे रोज खाली हैं. नो? Is reserved? अच्छा. आगे गेस्ट? मुझे लगता है कि गेस्ट आ गए. आपके गेस्ट आ गए क्या? कौन? Dr. So much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to tell you all that we have amongst us our honorable guest, Shri Som Prakash, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, who's our chief guest. एक बार जोरदार तालियां मैं चाहती हूँ फिर से बजाएं.
संजू सन्याल प्राइमरी इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर में प्राइम मिनिस्टर इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर श्री संजू सन्याल.
Also we have amongst us Shri Sanju Sanyal ji, Primary Economy Advisory Committee से. And I want you all to give him a huge round of applause as well. We have amongst us Mr. Daren Tang, Honorable Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, as a special guest. On dais, we have Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, DPIIT, as a guest of honor. We have Ms. Himani Pandey, Joint Secretary, IPR, DPIIT. We have on dais Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit. Well, thank you everyone. और आए हुए सभी मुख्य अतिथि जो हमारे डाइस पर पधार चुके हैं उनका मैं ज्योति आहूजा हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं, हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं. और आप सबका भी आई टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू वेलकम यू ऑल इन दिस ब्यूटीफुल प्रोग्राम. Well, before we proceed further, I take this opportunity to welcome you all in the National Intellectual Property Conference 2023 and National Intellectual Property Awards on nurturing growth of intellectual property driven knowledge economy. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर आज के इस प्रोग्राम के लिए तालियां बजा दीजिए और हमारे जो ऑनरेबल गेस्ट ऑलरेडी पधार चुके हैं उनके लिए भी. And now it's time to move on. क्योंकि जीवन चलने का नाम है और चूंकि हमारे बीच हमारे सभी माननीय अतिथि पधार चुके हैं, so I request all of you to kindly stand on your place for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्सल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल गायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you everyone. Kindly be seated. और जैसे कि हमारी परंपरा है अतिथि देवो भव की, तो वक्त आ गया है कि हम हमारे ऑनरेबल गेस्ट जो ऑलरेडी पधार चुके हैं उनका स्वागत करें एक बुके और शॉल से. और सबसे पहले यहाँ पर मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस हिमानी पांडे, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी, DPIIT, to kindly come and present this bouquet and a shawl to Shri Som Prakash, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए. अभी ये मेरे को ही लिखा है. I now request Shri Som Prakash, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, who's our chief guest also, to kindly present a bouquet to the Honorable Dr. Daren Tang, Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, DG WIPO. I now request Sri Karan Thap, CG PDTM, to kindly present a bouquet to Ms. Himani Pandey, Joint Secretary, DPIIT. I now request Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, CG PDTM, to kindly present a bouquet to Mr. Sanju Sanyal. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए फिर से. और एक बार फिर से मैं सभी का, जितने भी हमारे अतिथिगण मंच पर मौजूद हैं, उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूं, हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं. और जैसे कि हमारी परंपरा है अतिथि देवो भव की, और मंच पर स्वागत चल रहा है सभी माननीय अतिथियों का जो अपना कीमती वक्त आज निकाल कर हमारे बीच पधारे हैं. एक बार फिर से तहे दिल से आप सभी का धन्यवाद भी करना चाहती हूं. और इससे पहले कि हम प्रोग्राम का आगाज़ करें, हमारी कुछ परंपराएं और है. जैसा कि हम हर शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत से पहले ईश्वर का नाम लेते हैं, उनका आशीर्वाद लेते हैं बाय लाइटिंग द ऑस्पिशियस लैम्प. और लैम्प लाइटिंग सेरेमनी के लिए मैं यहाँ पर आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ हमारे डायस पर मौजूद सभी अतिथिगण. श्री सोम प्रकाश, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Shri Daren Tang, Honorable Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, DPIIT, Srimati Himani Pandey, Joint Secretary, Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, and Shri Sanju Sanyal जी. आप सभी से मैं गुजारिश करना चाहती हूँ कि आप सभी लैम्प लाइटिंग सेरेमनी के लिए आगे आएं. और इसी लैम्प लाइटिंग सेरेमनी के साथ हम बढ़ रहे हैं अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, पदार्थ से सूक्ष्म की ओर, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर. These are such lovely moments to mark this wonderful day, and once again I request you all to kindly give a huge round of applause for this wonderful moment. And I request everyone to kindly be seated. और अब वक्त आ गया है कि इस प्रोग्राम को हम थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि जीवन चलने का नाम है. और यहाँ पर सबसे पहले मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ फॉर द वेलकम एड्रेस टू मिस हिमानी पांडे, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी IPR, टू काइंडली कम एंड से a few words, क्योंकि आप सभी यहाँ पर पधार चुके हैं. और मेरी गुजारिश है श्रीमती हिमानी पांडे जी से कि वो यहाँ पर आएँ और कुछ शब्द कहें.
Good morning.
हिमानी पांडे जी के लिए मैम कह रहे हैं have a few moments. I would like to tell you all, though she is already there, to welcome you all because you are all very special. मैं आपको हिमानी जी के बारे में बताना चाहती हूँ. सुश्री हिमानी पांडे ने लंदन स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस में मास्टर ऑफ साइंस किया है. वर्तमान में ये बौद्धिक संपदा, विदेशी प्रत्यक्ष निवेश, सरकारी खरीद और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार समझौतों को संभालने वाले उद्योग संवर्धन और आंतरिक व्यापार विभाग में संयुक्त सचिव के रूप में कार्य कर रही हैं. इससे पहले इन्होंने झारखंड राज्य में कार्य किया है, जो एक महत्वपूर्ण 46 लाख स्वदेशी आबादी वाला वन संपन्न खनिज समृद्ध राज्य है. राज्य में कार्यान्वयन के साथ साथ सार्वजनिक नीति नियोजन में उपायुक्त के रूप में विभिन्न क्षमताओं में कार्य किया। वामपंथी उग्रवाद प्रभावित जिलों में सरकार की प्रमुख योजनाओं को लागू किया। नियामक और सामाजिक दोनों क्षेत्रों में सचिव के रूप में कार्य किया। एंड टुडे वी आर सो डिलाइटेड टू हैव हर अमंगस्ट अस। एक बार जोरदार तालियां as she is all there to welcome you all.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I warmly welcome all of you. I warmly welcome the Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Som Prakash Ji, the Director General of WIPO, Mr. Daren Tang, Secretary DPIIT, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, DDG WIPO, Mr. Hassan Clive, and the entire team from WIPO. I welcome Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, all the IP creators, IP facilitators, IP attorneys, advisors, and all the members who are present here who worked very hard to make this conference over the past many years. Over the past 3 days of the DG's visit to India, we've had an interaction with several key functionaries in the IP sphere and have given him a detail of the IPC system in India with its breadth and its depth. We have showcased the innovation space in India starting from the grassroots with the Atal Tinkering Labs. He had a chance to interact with the students there, to the higher education and technical institutions and their R&I centers like IIT Delhi. And finally, he had an interaction with the startups, the unicorns and the incubators and the venture capitalists, and also with the G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant. We greatly appreciate the DG's interest in India's rise in R&D and innovation and its competency in creating a conducive IP ecosystem in India. India is poised to play a greater role in future international discussions. We've also had, as a step towards that journey during his visit, we've also had an inking of an MOU between DBT and WIPO for a global health fellowship program in biodesign, and where we can facilitate more and more collaboration in this sphere. We look forward to continued and constructive engagements with WIPO. Of particular interest to us has been his deep commitment and focus, and he continuously has emphasized on that, on reducing IP inequalities in the world. And one of the major focus areas that he has talked with us and discussed with us is to give startups a much more level playing field in this fight between the David and Goliaths, and the WIPO proposals to activate a mediation system on this. We have, in our discussions with the WIPO DG and with the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, focused on how we can ensure that the tech map platform of WIPO becomes much more deeper in the sense that it leads towards voluntary licensing arrangements that can help towards much more transfer of technology and commercial activity. I would also like to warmly welcome all the WIPO, all the IP creators who've had their patents and cutting-edge technologies showcased in the exhibit today. I also warmly welcome the jurists who have worked day and night painstakingly to select those patents. And I think Mrs. Lakshmi Kumaran is not here, but she was here some time back, and she was telling me how they burned the midnight oil to select the exhibits over here. So I warmly welcome all of you. I think it would have been of particular interest to the DG, because all the patents which had been selected today were patents which dealt with reducing inequalities, addressing the challenges of meeting our sustainable development goals, as well as a talk shop, but goes into much more deeper conversations. And we had Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal mentioning the issue of the generic and the pharma industry and the deep concerns which we have over here about affordability of medicine. I hope that we can have longer, meaningful and deeper conversations which will go forward towards making India an innovation powerhouse. We keep saying we are 6th on the number of patent filings. That showcases energy, that showcases drive. But I think we need a long way to go before we can say that we are really an innovative powerhouse. Thank you so much. Warmly welcome all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I now take this opportunity to invite here Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Honorable Member of the Prime Minister's Economy Advisory Council, to kindly come and say a few words. और आप सभी से एक बार गुजारिश है, एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर श्री संजीव सान्याल जी का स्वागत करें.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try and be as short as possible. Basically, the idea here is to essentially build one of the important building blocks of Prime Minister Modi's vision of an Indian economy that is based on continuous innovation, continuous risk-taking, continuous entrepreneurship, and continuous upgradation of India's economy at multiple levels. Now, we have tried to do this in other fields as well. You may have seen over the last 5, 6, 7 years, we have improved, for example, the insolvency and bankruptcy code. We have made our financial system much more fluid. The idea being to get more people out there, to create startups. A lot of them will fail, that is perfectly fine. But you need, therefore, the insolvency system to continually weed out these innovations. So this is one part of the machinery that we have got going. And as you are aware, our banking system, which in 2015, 2016 was under severe stress, is now among the best performing banking systems in the world. Our capital markets are in very good shape. So this process of creative destruction in the financial space is clearly now buzzing. We now need to do the same thing for the intellectual property space. Create a space where new innovators, young and old, can come in there, make next generation sort of expansion of knowledge. And that process has to be a continuous one. Just because we made one sort of improvement does not mean it's the last one. The next generation of innovators have to also be accommodated. So this has to be a continuous process, and it's just not about big innovations, but also a succession of small innovations as well. And that requires a certain IP regime, whether it's not just in patenting, but also trademarks, copyrights, and other spaces, which is quick, which is reliable, and which is responsible to an evolving situation where all kinds of new fields are emerging, where we may not have historically had capacities. So, whether it's, and as we move into areas which are much more nebulous, like, for example, artificial intelligence and so on, it'll become even more complicated because, in fact, it'll be very unclear what the innovation is. So these are not areas that are easy to deal with, but we need a good regime. That regime has to be, as I said, quick and reliable. And I have to say, under the able guidance of Unnat, right here, he's blushing. But we have begun to really make a dent in this. He and his team have taken us to a point where we are beginning to hire people into this space of examiners, controllers, etc. We are going to do them in hundreds in the next few months. And that, combined with process changes, he has just issued the draft new rules that will dramatically improve the process. And the idea is, between the rapid expansion of actual numbers, boots on the ground, which was absolutely necessary, the changes in the rules, the bringing on board international best practices, which I hope WIPO will help us with. We want to be a serious global intellectual property powerhouse. And that not in some distant future, but by the time we become the world's third largest economy, which will happen around about 27, 28, we also want to be the world's third largest IP powerhouse. And over the following 25 years, which Prime Minister Modi calls the Amrit Kal, we want to be the world leader. That's our ambition. And for that, we need an IP system that really can compete with the best in the world. So we need to go from a time when we thought of the number of patents issued in tens of thousands to a world where India is able to deal with hundreds of thousands of patents a year. That is what the big boys do, and we want to be a big boy. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to invite here Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh is the Secretary of Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. He is an Indian Administrative
I
Service
think they
Officer.
can read it. They can read it there, don't worry.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Honorable Shri Som Prakash Ji, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry. Mr. Daren Tang, respected Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization. Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. DPIIT's Joint Secretary, Ms. Himani Pandey. Controller General of Patents, Dr. Unnat Pandit. Colleagues from the Patent Office, from the community of, from the broader IP community, lawyers, other stakeholders, startup promoters, entrepreneurs, scientists. First of all, I welcome all of you to this National IP Conference, where we also intend to give IP awards for the year. As was just mentioned by Mr. Sanyal, a robust IP regime is a foundation for innovation, for investment and growth in a knowledge-based economy. India in the recent past has focused on creation on really promoting infrastructure, both physical infrastructure, where we have in the pipeline an investment of almost $1 trillion over the next 5 years, and also in our digital public infrastructure, which is unique to the world because we intend to keep it as a broader public good and later as a global public good. As a result of this investment in physical infrastructure, increasingly you will see in India the crowding in of private sector investment as well, as is being reflected in our booming economy with high capacity utilization across industry. You also see, because of the investment in our digital public infrastructure, a lot of crowding in and a lot of proliferation of what we call the startup ecosystem, where we pride ourselves in being the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have over 100 unicorns with a valuation of almost $350 billion, 21 of whom were added as recently as 2022. In addition, a plethora of administrative, legislative, and policy reforms in our IPR landscape, combined with our earlier investments in higher education, has led to the jump in India's position in the Global Innovation Index from 81 rank in 2015 to the 40th rank in 2023. For the last 13 years continuously, India has been overperforming as far as its ranking in the Global Innovation Index is concerned. And this ranking is based on the strong ecosystem we have of a very large number of science and engineering graduates every year, R&D investments, ICT exports, increasing venture capital activity, etc., in all of which we've done very well and which has led to this ranking of 40th in the world, the best in this region. But we have a long way to go. Let me remind you that China is at number 12, I think. Singapore is much higher, from where DG WIPO comes. Nonetheless, this current ranking has been made possible due to a comprehensive national agenda for promoting and driving innovation in the country. There are multiple players involved in the innovation ecosystem, and our endeavor is to bring together the relevant ministries, departments, industry bodies, startup ecosystem, research and development institutions, and higher education institutions in a common platform. Our patent filings by startups have increased 10 times, and our trademark filings have increased 6 times since the year 2016. Our patent filings themselves went up by 25% in 2022. In the Indian IP office, we are also making strides towards converting it into the top IP office globally. We stand at the 4th position for trademarks in the global space and at the 6th place for patents. volume and scale of India's innovation economy and growth of businesses. We are also trying to strengthen the capacity of our IP office to process these proliferation of applications. We are going to add almost 900 new positions for which recruitment is already underway in our patent offices. And we are also going to improve its digital infrastructure so that it's, in terms of e-governance also, it is able to process applications faster and deliver services in a more transparent and effective manner. DPIIT has also set up IPR chairs across the country under our scheme for pedagogy and research in IPRs for holistic education and academia, the intent being to create greater awareness and better capacity in the country as far as IPR systems are concerned. We work closely with WIPO, and we hope to use their services as well in building up our digital capacity as far as our IP offices are concerned. And also in other areas of capacity building, we intend to work closely with WIPO to improve our capacity as a nation when it comes to our IP ecosystem. It is our constant endeavor to make India become a creative and knowledge-based society by expanding and improving our IP policy and our institutional capacities. On this occasion, I end by congratulating the winners of the National IP Awards and the Office of the Controller General for organizing a befitting function to honor our awardees. Once again, I welcome all of you to this event and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite your Honorable Shri Daren Tang, Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization. Mr. Daren Tang, a national of Singapore, began his 6-year mandate as Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization on October 1, 2020. And formerly, he served as the Chief Executive of the Intellectual Property Office of Singapore, driving the strategy. 2016, he received the Public Administration Medal from the Prime Minister's Office, Singapore, for outstanding efficiency and competence in the service of his country. And today we are so delighted to have him here amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly give him a huge welcoming round of applause.
Your Excellency, Mr. Som Prakash, Minister of State, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary of the Department of Promotion and Industry and International Trade, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, Member of the Economic Advisory Board of the Prime Minister's Office, Ms. Himana Pandey, Joint Secretary of DPIIT, my dear friend, Professor Unat Pandit, Excellencies, distinguished guests, members of the Indian IP ecosystem, and some of the foreign guests as well, Namaste. Good morning to all of you. It is such a great pleasure to join all of you for this year's National IP Conference on my first visit to India as the Director General of WIPO. Thank you so much for your warm hospitality and for feeding me constantly with chai masala. Ladies and gentlemen, in a year when the world is looking to India for leadership and action, you have an amazing and inspiring innovation story to tell, one that goes back actually thousands of years. Think of the legendary mathematician Aryabhatta and his gift to the world, the use of zero. This discovery unleashed the true power of numbers and helped to create modern mathematics, one of the great drivers of human progress and commercial exchange. Today, this groundbreaking discovery is taking on new life as a cornerstone of the digital transformation and has become an essential building block behind every chip, every smartphone, and even in groundbreaking technologies like generative AI. Think also of the timeless and all-encompassing science of life. Developed by the great Indian sages thousands of years ago, it asks us to consider mind, body, and soul as in holistic unison. And it's now winning new popularity around the world as a science of well-being and a way of life. India understands there's no contradiction between cutting-edge innovation and the wisdom of our ancestors. And when I meet with Indian inventors, creators, innovators, I get a deep sense that its rich past and heritage is the very foundation for modern and transformative discoveries. And this way of looking at innovation deserves greater attention. It is a perspective that IP innovation should be viewed holistically, and that ideas, innovation, creativity, intellectual property should not be in ends in themselves, but a way to build a better, fairer, and more sustainable world. And WIPO's vision is entirely aligned with this way of looking at IP. Of course, India started its innovation journey, its latest chapter, in the late 80s, early 90s, but recently under PM Modi's guidance, landmark policies like the Make India initiative, Digital India, Startup India, are helping to accelerate your journey to become a developed country by 2047 and building Atmanirbhar Bharat. The results are truly remarkable. The number of IP applications, and the previous speakers have mentioned this, but the number of total IP applications in India have more than doubled between 2011 and 2021, surging from 250,000 to over 570,000, with patent applications increasing 1.5 times, trademark and design applications increasing 2.5 times. As Mr. Rajesh Singh has said, India is now the 6th largest filer of patents in the world, 4th largest trademark filer in the world, and we will soon be releasing statistics to show that India is on track to move even higher in terms of trademark applications. Congratulations to the Indian ecosystem. Now, what is important is that homegrown IP, in other words, native, domestic, Indian innovation is driving these rises. Domestic filers made 100,000 patent applications in the past 5 years, up 58,000 in the 5 years before. And these trends are similar across all types of IP, with resident filings increasing by at least 2.5 times for both trademarks and designs over the past 10 years. But numbers, as many have observed, is not just the point. This is also about impact. The number of patents, let me share, filed by women has grown 4 times in just the last year alone. This is groundbreaking. And there has been a doubling of AI patents filed by India since 2018. So as India's IP landscape matures, it is becoming more inclusive and more future-focused. And really, this is about how India looks at the world. And all this is translating into good jobs and sustainable growth. India is home to one of the world's most vibrant startup ecosystems, over 100,000 startups, with 125 and more unicorns, combined value of $340 billion US. And the trends are equally positive when we look not just at the innovation, but at creativity. India's creative industries are also doing very well. Consider these facts. Arijit Singh outstreamed Beyonce last year. I'm sorry to our American friends in the audience. Bollywood continues to produce more films than Hollywood. And major streaming platforms like Netflix and Disney are investing record-breaking amounts in Indian content. India's creative exports are up 20% last year, generating over $11 billion for the economy. And all in all, India's creative economy is now a $30 billion industry. And all this is reflected in India's amazing performance in WIPO's Global Innovation Index. From 81st position in 2015, India has jumped 41 places to 40. Not many countries are doing this. So for the past 13 years, you have really overperformed in innovation relative to development level. And India is now a global leader in areas like ICT exports, venture capital investments, and the proportion of graduates in science and engineering, all has been observed by Mr. Rajesh Singh as well. But as well as creating opportunity, the growing strength of India's innovation ecosystem is helping you to change the course of human history like you did in the past. Prime Minister Modi has put it, when India reforms, the world transforms. In August, India became the 4th nation to land on the moon and the first to land successfully on its South Pole. The success of the Chandrayaan-3 mission, and we all saw Vikram and Pragyan running over the moon, captures how India is transforming into a high-tech society and knowledge-based economy, where scientific know-how, government vision, private capital, innovation, and creativity is coming together to create a dynamic IP ecosystem, boasting cutting-edge technology, a leading space agency, and a growing network of space startups. These achievements are changing how the world sees India as well. In my conversations with ministers, business leaders, and IP leaders around the world, India is viewed increasingly as an emerging IP and innovation powerhouse. with many lessons to share with the world even as you continue on your own innovation journey. So supporting India to harness innovation to drive growth at home and around the world will be at the heart of WIPO India cooperation in the years ahead. Yesterday, with Minister Piyush Goyal, I signed a new WIPO India action plan to deepen our strategic ties and bring benefits to innovators and creators across India. This new framework marks an exciting phase in our cooperation, and it will focus, amongst other things, on SME development, enhancing IP office operations, skills building in India, and also supporting the creative industry. So it's very broad and very deep. We're taking immediate steps to put this plan into practice. So that's why we are now negotiating the establishment of India's first IP training center here in New Delhi, tailored to the needs of local innovators. We also will deliver a new joint master's degree in IP with the Delhi National Law University, cooperate more closely with Indian and the Delhi High Court on judicial issues, and support a new cohort of health technologists from developing countries to come to India to be trained, go back to their countries through the government's bio-design program. And today I'm very pleased to announce, and I think Dr. Pandit will share as well, we are taking another step forward in our cooperation with the launch of an Indian version of WIPO's IP diagnostics tools for SMEs. This free online tool, which has really helped 22,000 SMEs all over the world to identify the IP assets, will be tailor-made for India's business landscape. And of course, right now it's being launched in English, but it will be translated into India's 6 main languages, starting with Hindi, because SME owners may not necessarily be comfortable in English. So we hope to use this, speak their language, bring it to the ground, bring it to the grassroots, and through this, support more Indian business owners at the SME level to grow their business through IP, which is actually the world's largest SME market. But as I've mentioned, our work with India is not just focused on India, but on the world. Last month, when I was at the UN General Assembly in New York, Prime Minister Modi spoke about India's evolution from non-alignment to Vishwamitra, a friend of the world. As more countries across the global south turn to innovation, creativity, technology, and entrepreneurship to drive future growth, India's innovation journey can support WIPO to help scale up South-South cooperation in innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. Successes like India's Tech show how government can spur demand for new technology through this form of financial and social inclusion. The India Innovation Index, inspired by WIPO's Global Innovation Index, is a powerful tool for boosting innovation performance at the provincial state level, and it can be adopted by other countries as well. And this week, just 2 days ago, I visited the New Delhi Public School in Mathura Road and saw firsthand how inspiring the Atal Tinkering Labs, part of the Atal Innovation Mission, is doing its work to bring curiosity and the spirit of innovation to young people, to 8 million young people in 10,000 schools across the country. We need to break this stereotype that innovation only happens in Silicon Valley, and it can happen here in the developing world as well. I know that other countries are studying these and other policy initiatives closely, and we stand ready to work with India to share these lessons with the world. And of course, Indian ideas and innovations have an important role to play in overcoming global challenges and achieving the UN SDGs. Just before I entered this hall, I had the pleasure of visiting the amazing innovations of the IIT Madras ecosystem, where we saw all kinds of game-changing inventions focused on the 17 SDGs. Take climate change, for example, one issue that is so close to our hearts and which all countries are suffering from. This requires engagement between North, South, East, and West, and last week's flash flooding in Sikkim is yet another tragic reminder of the dangers posed by extreme weather. One important aspect of fighting climate change, whether through adaptation and mitigation, is the development of new technologies and their deployment on the ground. That's why WIPO Green, which is WIPO's free online tech matching platform for climate change technologies, and will want to work more closely with India to bring Indian-grown technologies into the world and use that to connect with people who need to use it. WIPO's Green already contains 130,000 technologies from 140 countries, leading to 1,000 matches, and we hope to invite more Indian technology into this platform. But our work is to convert these matches into marriages so that the connections made by WIPO Green around the world become strong partnerships that lead to tech deployment and impact. So with over half the patents granted in India in recent years relating to green technology, there's so much scope we can do to work with India. And I want to announce that next year's World IP Day will be around the theme of IP and SDGs. So we hope to work with India to use this as an opportunity to publicize and to scale up our work on bringing IP as part of the SDG journey. So ladies and gentlemen, let me end by saying that India's IP story has been one of inspiration and tremendous growth. The challenge now is to deliver practical measures that can bring the benefits of IP to all Indians, build a more inclusive IP ecosystem. And of course, WIPO will be your steadfast partner on this journey. Alongside Indian inventions, we also want to build on Indian ideas so that we can have a knowledge-based society at home, but at the same time, tap on Indian wisdom, spirituality, and humanism so that we can strengthen the global IP ecosystem and build a better, fairer, and more sustainable world. WIPO stands to you on this journey and look forward to working very closely with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now it's a time to proceed further. I now would like to invite here Honorable Shri Som Prakash, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, for the plenary address. Shri Som Prakash is the Union Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He is a Member of Parliament from Hoshiarpur, Lok Sabha constituency, and an ex-MLA from Phagwara. In the past also, he has held many prominent designations, and today we are so happy to have him amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to give him a huge round of applause.
Shri Daren Tang ji, Director General of World Intellectual Property Organization, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji, Secretary DPIIT, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal ji, Member of Economic Advisory Committee of PM, Shrimati Himani Pandey ji, Joint Secretary. Country, nation is determined by the strong foundation in research and development. Innovation forms the backbone of any knowledge-based economy. As India steadily progresses in the league of top 50 most innovative economies, the role of intellectual property rights becomes crucial. Foundation of a strong IPR framework is instrumental in nurturing innovations to empower economic and social goals. To facilitate this vision, the National IPR Policy was launched in 2016 with an aim to foster creativity and innovation in India. The Government of India, with an intent to modernize the IPR office and reduce legal compliances, along with facilitating filing of IPR applications, especially by startups, small and medium enterprises, individual innovators have adopted a slew of administrative and legislative reforms to transform India's IPR regime. There is an 82% increase in the patent filing since 2016, and patent grants have increased by more than threefold from 2016, indicating rise in innovation in the country. India IPR office is 6th in terms of patent filing and 4th in terms of TM filing. Since 2016, the patent filing by startups have increased 10 times and trademark filing have increased 6 times. Since the launch of Startup India initiative in 2016, DPIIT has recognized more than 1 lakh entities as startups till date. Our research institutes such as CSIR and IIT are contributing significantly to IP innovative ecosystem and to bring more educational institutions into this stream. government has reduced the official fees of education institutes. IPR awareness program have been conducted in various schools and colleges, universities, pan-India, including adult tinkering labs. Many of these programs have also been conducted online to ensure wider coverage of the system. Through around 400 programs, more than 300 academic institutions have been covered. I am certain with collective efforts of all the key players in the innovation ecosystem and collaborative partnerships, India shall strike a balance between the right of the public IP holders and welfare of the public. India has the potential in yielding a place in the top 20 GIA rank and make it an example of a growing economy that understands and appreciates IP within the socio-economic limitations inherent in the country's diversity. I congratulate the awardees and wish that sincere efforts will be made to reduce dependency in the IP in the office, and we can do much more for the public. And I congratulate the awardees in this function. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now it's time for the award ceremony. I know all the awardees are very much keen to receive their awards, so I will not make you wait for long. And it's a time to begin the award ceremony, the WIPO Awards. And I request Mr. Daren Tang, DG WIPO, to kindly present these awards to the awardees. I'm going to announce the names. So ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly give a huge round of applause to all the awardees who are here to receive the award. And our first award goes to Dr. G. Puthli Bai of WIPO Medal for Inventor. The category is WIPO Medal for Inventor, and the award goes to Dr. G. Puthli Bai. She's here. Ladies and gentlemen, can I hear a roaring round of applause? Many congratulations to you, ma'am. बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं to Dr. G. Puthli Bai for receiving this wonderful honor. Our next category is WIPO IP Enterprise for Trophy, a trophy for manufacturing, which goes to Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited. I request a representative to kindly come and receive this award. Our next category is WIPO IP Enterprise Trophy for Service, which goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Many congratulations to all the awardees once again. And here we have our executives of Tata Consultancy Services Limited who are receiving the award, WIPO IP Enterprise Trophy for Service. And our last award, but not the least, and the category is WIPO Users Trophy, which goes to Schneider Electric India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, can I hear a huge round of applause? And that was all about the awards. And now we are proceeding further, which is the launch of a WIPO IP Diagnostics Indian adaptation by Honorable Minister of State, Shri Som Prakash ji. I request you all once again, एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर आज के इस क्षण को और भी यादगार बनाते हैं. And now, finally, we have reached near the climax of the session, and for the vote of thanks, may I request Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, CGP DTM, to kindly come and say a few words.
Honorable Shri Som Prakash ji, Honorable Minister of State, Commerce and Industry, Shri Daren Tang, Honorable Director General, World Intellectual Property Organization, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh ji, Secretary DPIIT, Himani Pandey ji, and Sanjeev Sanyal ji. It has been an honor for the Office of CGPDTM to have you in the inauguration ceremony. The kind of vibrancy and the blessings which we have got through you, this energizes the entire IP fraternity in the India. This is not just the inauguration, but it's a new beginning, new journey in the field of intellectual property. And the IP administration is also, normally, generally in the IP office, we are dealing with the IP applications, IP matters, but this time the 100% event management is also done by the IP officers. So I thank all the dignitaries, especially Sri Som Prakash ji, for giving the precious time from his busy schedule to come and inaugurate this National IP Conference. Sri Daren Tang, whose blessings are always with the Indian IP office, and now we are going to have a multiple avenues going to get open through a WIPO India Action Plan. Thank you very much for joining to this inauguration ceremony. Soon we are also going to have the detailed program, and without taking much break, we will start this next plenary talk in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. और जैसा कि सर ने ऑलरेडी बताया है कि बहुत ही जल्द हम अपने अगले सेशन की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं, which is plenary talk. And I request everyone not to go anywhere. Please kindly be seated. हमारा अगला सेशन जो है, that is IP Manthan on nurturing growth of IP-driven knowledge economy. And for the plenary talk, I'll soon be inviting here Dr. Daren Tang, Honorable DG, WIPO. I request everyone to kindly be seated as we are preparing for our next session in a short while. Shall we start?
हाँ जी जो बोले क्या बोलते ऊपर से पूछे ये डेरन टैंग है चार ही लोग आ चुके इधर देखिए ना ये देखिए डेरन टैंग संजू संजय लस्ती में आ गए बस सीधी सर 1 मिनट में आएंगे उनको छोड़ने गए ना जैसे आ जाएंगे हम चालू करेंगे 1 सेकंड
Running late, so. So I think Unnat has to come back. As soon as that's done. Can you also?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our next session. जैसे कि मैंने आपको बताया है, it's an IP manthan or on nurturing growth of IP-driven knowledge economy. And for the plenary talks, we have Shri Daren Tang, Honorable DG WIPO, on stage. एक बार जोरदार तालियां फिर से मैं आप सभी से request करना चाहती हूँ. And amongst our panelists, we have Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Honorable Member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister's Office, and Shri V. Lakshmi Kumaran, Advisor to the HCIM, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार फिर से मैं request करना चाहती हूँ, please kindly give a huge round of applause for all the gentlemen who are there on dais. So I request Mr. Daren Tang to kindly take over.
AV team, please.
Okay, yeah. Well, first of all, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this National IP Conference. I'm very pleased that we have the Indian IP ecosystem here. I see in the audience the awardees, congratulations, but also the IP professionals, the startups, the business owners, the financiers, regulators, jurists. So welcome all of you to this National IP Conference. We thought we start by having maybe invite Dr. Sanjeev Sanya and Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran to share their views. And I don't know whether Professor Pandit, you want to talk a bit about your journey as well? And maybe we do it quite quickly because I know that time is running out for both our guests. Go ahead, Professor Pandit, you have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you. The journey at IP office has really taken the pace, and the kind of IP filing which we are having. We have almost 36% growth in the IP filing, and now patents have crossed 82,000 benchmark. And in this, 52.8% filing is by the Indian nationals. And we are not just creating the IP, but certainly addressing the societal challenges through IP-driven solutions. Journey is further accelerating the pace by submitting all of you that we have a 80% growth in the design registrations and significant growth in equally the copyright and the trademark. Every year, we have a 3.75 lakh trademarks getting granted, and majority of them is in the developing phase involving the startup MSMEs also. The women-led GI initiative, the 30 GI you can see presented in front of the dais, and 10 GIs are also going to exhibit their products here in the first floor exhibition. GI has been the momentum for the IP office. GI registry has adopted the facilitation mode. And last year we had highest ever GI registration, and this year we are going to double this. So this is the pace of a registration, this is the pace of a development to recognize the community IP right. And India has 475 GIs registered, but truly when we had estimated the entire GI potential in India, so India can alone have a more than 15,000 GIs. So this is the sector which is yet to be explored, and now with the help of Ministry of Culture, where we have closely observed and supported to the ministry and the IGNCA, where under Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar, that is the initiative where each village has got the digital identity. So 6.4 lakhs village which is there in India, almost around 60%, 3.98 lakhs village has been mapped, giving the digital identity, showing, demonstrating their culture, demonstrating their traditional knowledge, their traditional cultural expressions, their folklore, their dance, their real cultural identification. And this is connecting the people who are staying in the urban cities, but still they remember to get connected with their own hometown. So this is going to connect them. This is going to preserve their cultural identity as well. So a biggest disruption which has happened in TKTC, Daren, this is something which is a wonderful initiative which India has taken up. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe I won't react because I know the other speakers are waiting to speak as well. But I'll come back to this point about the TK and the TC efforts that India is doing. I think it's groundbreaking. I wanted to bring it to the rest of the Global South as well. Let's find a way to collaborate on that. Sri Sanjay Sanyal, you are part of the Economic Advisory Council or Board of advising the Prime Minister. You have a ringside seat and a great role shaping India's future economic development. Can you share with us your thoughts as to how IP system innovation can support the vision that you have and your council members have, right, in charting India's future economic growth, developed country by 2047, but already you're going to be a $5 trillion economy. Minister Piyush was a bit more optimistic, and he says we'll hit it by 26, 27, you say 27, 28, but India's on track to become a major powerhouse economically. Please share with us your thoughts.
Thank you, Daren. Well, my disagreement with the world's third largest economy, and the fact is that a large part of it has got to be driven by the knowledge economy. And that not just about patents, of course, it's all about the wider ecosystem, trademarks, copyright, GI, and so on. Now, the problem that we faced just a few years ago is that while this is not something new that suddenly popped up from somewhere. But as recently as 2016, we were just doing 9,000 patents a year. Now, clearly that's not a game in which we could even, it's a non-starter, right? We can say what we want, but it's a non-starter. So that is the context in which we finally began to get serious about this at about that time. And since then, we have expanded the number of people, whether it's examiners, controllers, and so on, smoothened the process, and frankly, just got serious about doing this. So we put in the hard infrastructure, buildings, software, people, and you just heard we are putting in the next year or so, about 900 more people on boots on the ground. All is being done with great seriousness. And it, as Unnat just pointed out, the data shows that we are already beginning to, the flow of patent filing and those that have been granted has dramatically gone up. And then this is something that Lakshmi Kuranji can also add to, I'm sure. We now need to get serious about all the next order things, appellate systems, the legal applications, the whole ecosystem of professionals that are needed for continuous system of patenting, knowing how the process works, and then the education system that needs to be able to support this machine, so to speak. So this is now the second order things that we, in the Prime Minister's Economic Council, are now beginning to think about. Some part of this is has to be done in a way that it doesn't rigidify whatever we are doing, because as you yourself said, there is a huge amount of things like generative AI, which will now generate new innovations. Who owns this stuff? How do we ensure that this ownership does not mean that we stall for future innovation? And there are areas where, frankly, like genetics and things like that, where we need to also begin to be serious about what are the ethical dimensions of many of these patents. So there are some now trickier things. I mean, the thing that we had to solve up front was, in a sense, the mechanical bulking up of the machine. Which we are doing, and we will do more of that. Now we get into the more trickier areas where we will now have to apply our mind, privacy being another one. We've just done a new law on that. So there are all these other things, and I'm sure Lakshmi Kuranji can also give us some insights into the wider ecosystem that now needs to fall in place.
Thank you for that. I think a growth of 900 in the IP office is fantastic. It's a very substantial growth. But you're absolutely right. The countries that do innovation well look at it purely from or mainly from an ecosystem perspective. All the elements, IP is moving from a vertical to a horizontal. So the coordination across universities, even the schools, all the different ministries, right, becomes critical. Private sector, civil society, the ethical dimensions, right, that becomes more and more of a conversation. And I'm very confident that you and, of course, your fellow members of the board will continue to shape this and bring all this deeper, more holistic, multifaceted conversations as part of Indian policy making. Congratulations. Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, you have been advising the Minister of Commerce for many years on the IP strategy. You've seen how it developed. Congratulations as well for this. Share with us your thoughts as to the development and where you think the future is headed towards. What are the next steps? What are the challenges you'd like to share with us?
Thank you, Daren Tang, and also Sanjeev. I think I'll take a leaf out of what Mr. Sanyal was talking about, the IP ecosystem. In any IP ecosystem, people who are innovators, you need to have a legislative and administrative body to grant those patents or IP rights. And there must also be a good, robust judicial system to enforce those rights. These three are to operate together. And what I'm happy to note is that India, when it signed this review round, they implemented the TRIPS agreement in full. But as we move forward, I think India may have to become TRIPS plus. Sir, I heard you that you must be big boy. Innovation taking place in India, in various places. Let us speak in the mic. Okay. And lawyers don't need mic, sir. If you look at the total R&D which is taking place, by and large, you can divide into two categories. One is contract R&D, where Indian scientists and engineers are being used by other companies to do R&D, contract R&D. You get remuneration for the value added, namely the time spent. On the contrary, we also have our own innovators doing research. Over a period of time, this shift has to take place if to take wealth creation in India. That's one. Second, if you look at the innovation taking place, it is taking place in institutions funded by the government, whether it is IITs or national laboratories, etc., including ISRO. And there are also private sector going on. But you need to have a lot more handshaking between the private sector and the universities and the IITs to jointly work on innovations and jointly share those IP rights. That actually can give a real momentum to this. And last but not least, sir, whenever government-funded laboratories are coming with patents, how do you monetize these patents? That's more important. If you want to create the economy, the knowledge economy, the knowledge-based economy, you need to necessarily monetize those IP rights. And here, there is a bottleneck. As far as these universities and IITs are concerned, one, they know how to create, they know how to innovate, but I'm sorry to say they do not know how to make money. Lawyers know. More important thing is, look at what happened in the US. They brought in called Bayh-Dole Act. The Bayh-Dole Act was a creator of a great economy, over 1.3 trillion economy was then only on this particular act. Created more than about 4.2 million jobs in the US. What they did was, yes, the federal government is funding the universities and the innovations take place. Normally, person who funds must get the benefit. And therefore, innovation, when it is ultimately monetized, it went back to the federal government. They changed it. Let the innovation take place in the universities and laboratories. Let it be monetized, but let it not go back to the government, let it be lying with the institute. That means we are creating entrepreneurs in the universities. They will be able to monetize, they will be able to recover, and you don't have to fund them for any more research and etc. The money coming from the monetized funds are good enough. In fact, much more for these universities and for developing and doing innovative. Then definitely they will bring in private sector together. Handshaking will take place. Sir, apart from all IP rights, you will also create Nobel laureates. That is what ultimately going to be the future as far as I am concerned. I mean, as lawyers we go on talking, but I would definitely spend time with you, sir. That some of the ideas which in fact, after 38 years, after I left the government in 1985, I am back in the government. And I have fantastic people to work with. The policy angle, I must say, Mr. Karan is sitting here, and also Hemant and Unnat is a fantastic team. And I am not going to repeat what Unnat has done in this IP office. Phenomenal work. I don't think any human being could do it. I do not know how he did it, or I was doing it here. I am not saying inhuman, but it is. I am not saying inhuman. It is extra human. I would say. Yeah. Extra. He's a cyborg. So I would say that there are several ways in which we can accelerate the process. The government should not do any more than be a catalyst. Do this, and stop, and then let the momentum take place. I stop here, sir.
Thank you. I don't know how much time we have left because. Unnat, how are we doing for time? Do we have 5-6 minutes? Okay. So I don't know whether we are prepared to take. Should we take some questions from the audience? Let's do that. Yeah.
Let's do that.
Any questions from? Maybe you can take 1 or 2 questions. Please, sir.
Quick
go ahead.
Two questions. Yes, Sahu. You can press the button and.
Yeah.
Or.
Yeah. Okay.
Volunteer, please help.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving this opportunity. I am Dr. B.K. Sahu. I am heading WIPO Technology Innovation Support Center at NRDC, Ministry of Science and Technology. My question to August gathering is that recently we are part of WIPO Asian Summit, particularly on technology, life sciencing and technology transfer at Philippines. Yeah. But when we are taking at a technology at a global level and your vision and mission to the WIPO Green, we have many technologies, sir, in India. And we have a largest diversity with many labs that you are aware that. We will request you to kindly create a mechanism and also forum how we can scout this technology for the global sustainability. And in fact, with your leadership, we will be participating WIPO Green at Geneva next week, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether, let me answer this question very quickly. Very happy to hear that you are going to support WIPO Green. But you're right, this tech matching platform needs to scale up. So a lot of the work that I'll be doing in the next few months is working with my team that's taking care of WIPO Green to see how we can scale up WIPO Green. Like I said in my speech, dating must lead to marriages. Just people are talking doesn't mean that that's enough. I want to see the technology deployed on the ground, creating impact for communities. So we look forward to having India as part of this conversation. How can we lift up this tech matching platform? Maybe we need to go beyond green and clean technologies. Maybe other forms of technologies can be requires a global tech matching platform. I don't know, Sanjeev or Mr. Lakshmi Kumaran, anyone? Okay, another question, please. Sir, you have
From
the
the
floor.
center,
And then
yes.
the ma'am in front of that, yeah. But sir, you have the floor, please. Go ahead, yeah. Yes, please, yeah.
Team, please help getting the mic here, this side, and one in the center area. Yes, second row.
The gentleman there and there, yeah, yeah. Can you stand up, please, so that they can identify you, yeah. There. Okay.
Hello. One and then you.
Okay.
Hello.
Then after that, gentleman there. Please, sir, yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Sir, I have a question with Dr. Unnati. Sir, I am facing a very typical kind of problem. You know, the first examination report in patent is sent in a very mechanical way, sir. Most of the objections are not related with the patent, actual drafting. Sir, please have a look into it.
Certainly, we are committed to improve on the quality aspect also, and then it might happen with a few cases, I don't deny, but certainly each and every subject matter is being dealt by the specialist. There used to be the allotment which was digitized. Now this aspect has also been improved with the appropriate classification, and the examination report quality is also now improving. Thank you very much.
My name is Vivek Pandey, and I'm a Chief Manager at Times Group. So my question is, I'm a guy of content. So my question is, in the era of AI, the AI is here, and the first thing they encounter is the content. So how we are dealing with this, because this is a very big problem that if we are talking about a newspaper or any content or any kind of content we are dealing with. So this AI generation and the digital era, how we are preparing ourselves globally and the Indian level. And the second question, sir, to Pandit sir, that हम भारतीय जो है कृषि प्रधान देश है, and we are a land of agriculture. So this agriculture in like we are facing much problems like in seeds से लेके और सब्जियों तक के problem को लेके, GI को लेके, food को लेके कितनी problem होती है, तो इस दिशा में हमारी क्या योजनाएं हैं? दो सवाल.
Yeah. So the AI, of course, has posed several challenges to the IP system. And I think what you're talking, you're with Times Publishing, right?
Yeah.
So the publishers, of course, are upset, and some of the creators are upset, and there have been lawsuits that AI is using their databases to do learning without their permission. And you know that recently John Grisham and a number of authors sued the generative AI producers in the US. There's a lawsuit going on in the UK where Getty Images is suing one of the generative AI for producing images. This ultimately is a question for the country to balance, because a country like India, you have to balance between the needs of your technology sector and the needs of your content sector. And I think this is something which many countries are grappling with. My feeling is that in India, right, the answers will be quite nuanced and balanced, because you've got a big tech sector that's growing, but you also are have got a big creative economy that's growing. So I think you've got to sit down and have a discussion about this. WIPO does have a forum we call IP and frontier technologies. Every 6 months, we talk about IP and cutting-edge technologies. The last conversation was on September 20th, 21st, where we had 5,000 people attending a seminar at WIPO about how generative AI is changing the shape of AI. The other problem, of course, can AI be a creator? Can AI be an inventor? And many courts have said no. And I think that's something which we'll continue grappling with. Dr. Pandit, you answer the second question about, yeah.
See, India is an agricultural country, and we have adopted the technology intervention into the agriculture sector. This is something where even I would request all the participants also to visit the exhibition. 3 cutting-edge agriculture inventions are getting presented. One is the nano urea, which is again Honorable PM has also said many things about the nano urea. One more agriculture, which is a gel-based fertilizer. This is again a very cutting-edge IP, and the device intervention which has also been made. So all these are getting created in agriculture sector to improve the productivity and the precision in the agriculture. Certainly, there is a need for more awareness on adaptation of this IP in the agriculture domain, so that we have a more quality product getting produced, which are of a export quality as well. And the India can also, like India is now, how we can be a leader of a food and vegetable supplier in the world. That should be the future with the adaptation of IP and technology in agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last question? I think the lady there has been, putting up her hand. Yes, yeah.
Maybe the last question.
Okay. Thank you. My question was basically, what Dr. Unnat just said on the adaptation of IP. And I was saying this should go down to the grassroots, which is not really happening. Because your CSIR, we're working with them, and the grassroots technologies we're trying to transfer. It's not very easy. So I thought one of the policy issues could be on how easy it could be transferred, especially, and the second was on the traditional knowledge, which we talked about, which is already happening, but why it's not being able to really grow up in strength, and we need to document all the traditional knowledge. The third point was on the GI infringement, which Rajnikantji also knows. There is no sort of fund where we can, go up and fight against a larger company which comes in to infringe on the GI's thing. So the 3 points which I thought were very relevant at this time. Thank you so much.
Yes, GI is the community right, and we all need to be much more sensitive about the kind of violations which may happen. The quality aspect need to be emphasized on this. The TKTC aspect, really we have done a technology intervention for the preservation of this TKTC. So India has started working on this line. 3.9 lakh village got the digital identity. This has never happened in world. This is happened in recent past. It was started, and within few years of a time this has happened. Now we are trying to club this with the GI movement and TKTC movement, so that these are formally getting recognized as their community right. The momentum is still going on. Within few months, we have aimed to achieve this 100% digital connect in all the villages. Through Digital India movement, also government has emphasized to have the FTTH connectivity at all village. So people sitting in the, now I can give you one example also. People sitting in US, if they miss their village, they are connecting with their village, and they are connecting with their festivals and all. There is no physical separation. Everything is such a digital intervention which has happened in one of the village in Gujarat, and the US based Patel community is now celebrating Diwali mornings with their families in the village, and all the festivals, Garba and everything. So that's the whole cultural integration which is happening. Further, whatever the suggestions which you have, please make a written submission. We will look into this. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To put things in perspective, I come from Singapore. It's probably 1/4 the size of Delhi. India is a big country, and you're sharing 6 lakh villagers. I mean, that's a huge number. And I can tell you, very, very few countries are doing this on the scale that India is doing. So I would say that, of course, as Indian nationals, you want to see it push more. But I have to say that India already is doing a lot of work in this area. And so that's why I've been talking to Dr. Pandit, how can we take the Indian experience to other countries too? We are running out of time, so maybe we will stop taking questions from the audience, but maybe I can ask our guests, Sri Sanjeev Sanya, as well as Dr. Lashmi Kumaran, to share any last thoughts for the audience before they leave. Please, sir.
Thank you, Daren. My last thought will be that the next 18 months are going to be absolutely transformative. You know, all the pieces that we needed for this transformation are being put in place. As I said, the boots on the ground are being put in place by simply recruiting new people into it. The processes are being changed. And of course, there is already a response in terms of the filings coming through on patents, trademarks, copyright, and so on. So this machine is literally being ramped up at breakneck speed. It requires a lot of attention, which Unnat and his team have to put in that effort. But it's literally a historic moment in terms of the IP ecosystem. And you know, it's well underway. It's not something we are going to do, may do, should do. All the pieces are literally falling in place one by one. So the next 18 months, you know, Daren, when you're here 18 months from now, you were going to say that, yeah, I was optimistic, but I have no idea that this was going to be the scale of change.
Fantastic.
Thank you. I think next 18 months, as Snehal has said, is also so crucial. We need to bring in quite a few legislative reforms for our own IP laws to make it really India is IP-driven economy. That is one. Second, I would say that when the IP rights are created, when the monetization takes place, we do get some ideas that there is an exploitation of that IP rights. We need to be moderate, we need to be considerate as to what should be the just amount to be charged as the licensing fees. Yeah, I think I'm leaving the thought at this point of time. And we need to necessarily ensure that the technology and innovation reach to the grassroots level, as my lord put it. And that can happen when the monetization should take place, but at the moderate level. Then I think we are looking at a very great economy. Thank you very much.
You want to? So let me close this by saying that, look, you heard in my speech that I think India has set all the pieces in place. There are 3 things I really enjoy and admire about India's IP ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. First, you see your past as a source of strength. And for me as an Asian, that is so important, you know. Singapore, everyone there is from an ancient civilization, though we are a young country, and heritage is part of who we are as Asians. So I have to say, don't lose that flavor, you know. The idea of the zero comes from the older spiritual concept of shunyata. So this is a source of strength. Your spirituality is your source of strength as well. So don't lose that, I would say, as an Indian nation. Secondly, IP is not just for India, IP is for the world. Vishwa, you know, the vision by Vishwamitra, the vision by PM Modi is so real because, you know, when India transforms, the world really changes. 1.4 billion people, but also the innovative potential of the country. So please don't just focus on India, but I urge you to focus on continuing to serve the world. And then the last one is maybe just focus and don't lose the balance. I think Indian IP ecosystem is very balanced. You have been part of a tradition that looks at things from a multifaceted, balanced point of view. You find the right trade-offs for your country. Even in the face of pressure, you have held on to these trade-offs. And I would say that that's something that's very unique about the Indian ecosystem. So I would say congratulations with strength in the past, bringing your guidance and your energy as you move to the future, right? I'm fully confident that when I come back in 18 months' time or how many months' time, right, India's innovation ecosystem will be growing from strength to strength, and WIPO is here to support you on this journey. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best with this conference.
Thank you. So thank you very much once again, and I request you all to kindly be there for the group photo shoot. Once again, thank you, sir. And we are breaking here for lunch for 1 hour, and I request you all to kindly be back by 2. So I request you all to kindly have your lunch. Thank you so much.
सभी को अनुरोध है कि कृपया ये खाना कोई भी अंदर ना खाए, ये बहुत निषिद्ध है यहाँ, प्लीज काइंडली।
And may I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? I request everyone to kindly come inside the hall as very shortly we are going to begin our next session. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है जितने भी हमारे अतिथि अभी भी लंच हॉल में हैं, प्लीज़ आप सभी से गुजारिश है कि आप जल्दी से हॉल के अंदर आएं. Once again, I request everyone to kindly quickly assemble in the hall because very shortly we are going to begin our next session.
सेशन में पढ़े, वी गोइंग टू स्टार्ट दिस सेशन और इनवाइट करना है, जो चारों कानून इनवाइट कर लीजिएगा. उसके बाद उनके बुलाइएगा तो उनको बेसिकली अंग वस्त्रम देना है.
NR Meena, Senior Joint
Consultant Design. कैसे अंग वस्त्रम पहले कैसे दिया था? पहले कैसे बोला था आपने जैसे देना था?
शॉल बोलते हैं क्या?
अंग वस्त्रम.
अंग वस्त्रम देखो उन्हें सम्मानित करें जो चार होता है.
ये देंगे ना व्यवस्था।
हाँ,
श्री NR मीना, सीनियर जॉइंट कंट्रोलर ऑफ पेटेंट्स एंड डिजाइन।
ठीक है, और ये सेशन का नाम है, इन लोगों को बुला दें, चेयर।
Well, welcome back, everyone. I request to all of you to kindly be seated. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि प्लीज़ आप सभी बैठ जाएं, क्योंकि अब हम अपना अगला सेशन शुरू करने जा रहे हैं और मैं चाहती हूं कि प्लीज़ आप सभी बैठ जाएं. And our upcoming session is Copyrights, a Creative IP Asset, Opportunities and Challenges. And to talk on it, may I request Dr. G. Raghavendra Rao, Professor Dr. Raman Mittal, Delhi University, Ms. Sarveena Bedi Sachar, Copyright Attorney, Dr. Arul George of NLU Delhi. I request you all to kindly come on dais and be seated. I would like to tell you all that this session will be chaired by Dr. G. Raghavendra Rao, and the panelists are Professor Dr. Raman Mittal, Ms. Sarveena Bedi Sachar, and Dr. Arul George. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हमारे सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत करें on stage. And before we begin this session, I request Shri N.R. Meena, Senior Joint Controller of Patents and Design, कि वो यहाँ मंच पर आएं और अंग वस्त्र देकर हमारे अतिथि जो मंच पर मौजूद हैं उन्हें सम्मानित करें. और आप सभी से मेरा अनुरोध है, जोरदार तालियां बजाकर आप सभी स्वागत करें. Thank you, everyone. आप सभी की तालियों का. Once again, I request kindly be seated, everyone. अंग वस्त्र देकर सम्मानित किया जा रहा है हमारे सभी अतिथिगण जो मंच पर मौजूद हैं और इस सेशन के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार हैं. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I request Dr. G. Raghavendra Rao to kindly take over.
Thank you very much. Vande Mataram. Good afternoon to all the participants in this very interesting session. You all know that the disruptive emerging technologies which are hovering around our lives have changed the way the copyright creators and the copyright exploiters behave. You must have read in the news that recently the authors and script writers and performers of the Hollywood industry went on strike for more than 3 months. Reason why is that they are fearing that their livelihood will be taken away by the disruptive artificial intelligence machines, either writing the stories or scripts by large language model artificial intelligence machines like ChatGPT or Bard or Bing or Edge. These are the famous large language models which basically work on the natural language processing algorithms. But the more disruptive advanced models have come, these are called generative AI, generative artificial intelligence, like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion. These are the ones who are going to create more disruption And for instance, you want to create a song, new song written using the large language model, ChatGPT. A new song has been written, but who will be the singer? You will use generative AI for that. So instead of Sonu Nigam and Shreya Ghoshal, the mimicking is done because the learning models which these artificial intelligence machines do, whether the large language models or generative AI, that they can create a mimicking of the voices as if Sonu Nigam and Shreya Ghoshal have sung. So what will be the rights? They're writing stories, screenplays, and singing songs and composing music. Do you think that all these creators will be out of work? This we'll be discussing. But whenever the new technology, disruptive technology comes, one should understand as a policy makers and even the academic professors who are sitting next to me, Dr. Arul George Skaria, Associate Professor from National Law School of India University, Bengaluru, a well-known copyright expert, and right to me, Ms. Savina Bedi Sachar, a leading film litigation expert and advocate with more than 15 years of experience dealing with the film-related copyright issues, litigation, both High Court and Supreme Court all over India. And then coming to finally the Professor Raman Mittal is another copyright expert and professor, former dean of Campus Law Center. Many of his students must be sitting here in this plenary auditorium of Vigyan Bhawan. And is well known for not only the teaching copyright and other IP laws, he has written books on licensing of the copyright. So what are those composers demanding in the Hollywood that they should, their consent to be taken and compensation have to be given. Not only that, John Grisham and various other leading authors, they filed a case in US Supreme Court without consent and compensation. These machines should not be using their content. One should understand how these technologies work, how the learning happens, whether it is in the large language model based artificial intelligence and generative AI, which expert call it low AI. People are already talking about high AI machines, which are going to be sentient. They'll have a feelings like humans we have, and they feel, they can experience, feel, touch, and pain and happiness. And so, are they going to be the real creators with this kind of artificial intelligence creations? Whether who will get authorship, and what is about the question of originality of the authorship, and also the ownership. These are the issues. And finally, licensing. Once you are going to use these works, what will be the licensing process? I'll just begin with Mr. Arul George Skaria. Dr. Arul, tell me, whatever data is available, my question is about the large language models based on whether you call it ChatGPT or Bard or Bing or Edge. Here, the technology, how functions, it collects data from whether it is a systematic data through the learning through the supervised learning, or unsystematic data through the unsupervised learning, and whether tokenization, classification, categorization, all the steps are, finally the end product is coming. So, do you find any originality in the final work? What these learning data sets are doing and bringing out the, churning out the final work, do you find originality in this? Or copyrightable?
Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra Rao. That's an excellent question. But before I respond to the question, maybe I should also first thank the Controller General of Patents, Design, Trademark for inviting me for this session. And also making me a part of an esteemed panel like this. So when I'm sitting here, I'm also seeing so many eminent IP professionals and academicians here. So whatever I am saying, also I think, yeah, take it with a bit of critical approach because none of the answers are settled here. So coming now specifically to the question which Dr. Raghavendra Rao was asking, again, I mean, we might have to look into the specific facts of each of the disputes to clearly tell what might be the situation in a particular case, whether the ultimate output would be meeting the requirements of originality. And I'm saying that because, for example, if you take one of the most recent litigations or a controversy that happened in the United States. You might have heard that in the last year, in the Colorado Art Festival, one painting got the first prize, and once that was declared, the concerned artist mentioned that this particular work was created by me with the help of Midjourney. And of course, when he tried to go for the copyright registration, he also further explained that he had in the process put in around 520 or 540 prompts, which finally resulted in that particular painting. So if you look at that particular painting in abstract, and if you are analyzing it from our traditional perspectives of what originality is, I don't think anyone in this room, any IP expert in this room would dispute that, yes, this is a work that meets the requirement of originality. But the problem is, maybe we cannot view the issue of originality now in that abstract level. We might also have to look into the question of how the concerned work was created. And if you are taking that into consideration, that is also necessitating us to revisit whatever we had learned and discussed about originality in the past many decades. So in other words, in my opinion, we may have to completely revisit the standards of originality if we have to assess the question of whether an output which is generated by one of these large language models is meeting that requirement.
Arul, to continue, let us say I want to have a M.F. Hussain kind of portrait of Dr. Arul George Scaria sitting here on the podium. And I'll ask various people to take your photographs, best of the photograph, either through my written prompt or voice prompt. I ask the Midjourney or Stable Diffusion or any best of the best creative AI to create your painting, portrait, as if M.F. Hussain is sitting here and has done that. Okay. But by feeding, to make the learning by that artificial intelligence, few original photographs have to be fed to the machine. Then only it has to get accessible to that database. But in that database, the best of the best has not, paintings have not been scanned or uploaded. They are still in the gallery because of rights issue, whatever it may be. But whatever available, only the learning happening.
Absolutely.
Okay? And that is the limitation of this. Then how can you expect originality, something already existing, like drawings are the way the color used, the color combinations are used, brush strokes have been used. So this is what it is going to represent, not more than that. Had M.F. Hussain been alive, new thoughts must have come, new kind of, there is also phases in artist's life. The early phase, the mid phase, and late phase, they also grow. So do you think that it can be given the originality and a copyrightable aspect in this?
So, sir, again, maybe my response would be, we should also look at it from the broader perspective of whether we want to afford copyright protection for AI-generated work. So, to a great extent, I mean, if you look at the originality-related litigations, you will also notice that when courts had to approach this issue, whenever there were technological disruptions, they were also looking at it from the perspective of how is it going to affect the broader goals of copyright protection. And if I am taking that broader goals of protection into my analysis, then my answer would be no, we shouldn't be granting copyright protection for these works. Because as we all know, the most prominent or the most commonly used justification is the incentive theory. And in the case of these machines, there are no incentives required for creation. And because of that, yes, we don't have a philosophical justification for granting copyright protection. And if that's the case, my approach would be we should have the strictest standards of originality for these ones. Having said this, I also want to draw the attention of the audience to one of the recent litigations that is happening. That's Thomson Reuters versus Ross Intelligence Inc. It's a relatively less known one. So Sir already mentioned about the most prominent ones, the Getty Images one, and there is also the Authors Guild one. But to me, on this particular question of originality, maybe the Thomson Reuters one might be the more interesting one. So there was an opinion which was issued on a summary judgment application, wherein you can actually see that the output that Ross Inc. might be producing, and in this case what they did was they used the Westlaw head notes as training data inputs, and the Ross Intelligence would be then producing outputs which are like direct quotations from different judgments. But there, the issue of originality was really at the margins. And that was also not without a reason, because from the facts I learned that Westlaw gave a specific mandate to the editors that the head note should be as closely resembling as the words of a judge. And if that's the case, yes, there cannot be much variations from the original text. So that's one case wherein, yes, things are really at the borderline. But as I indicated earlier, this question of originality has to be looked from the broader perspective of whether we really want to grant copyright protection for AI-authored books. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Arul. And I'm just coming to you, Dr. Raman. Yeah, on this only. If if such work is created, whether it's a written story or a script by the large language models or generative AI, various artistic works, or including the music or songs. So are these licensable stuff when the creator himself is still a machine, it's a non-human, the person who is giving the prompt will get the ownership and he will start licensing? The machine itself create a drop-down menu license. You can't download and stream it unless and until you subscribe and pay something to me. That is the machine which has been uploaded in the internet or some streaming website. So what will be the licensing model in that? These non-human creations?
Yeah, first I think very good afternoon to all of you. And I think this is a very interesting issue. For licensing to be possible, first we will have to figure out the question of ownership. Because the law grants authority only to the owner to license his works. Well, if the work is bereft of an owner, then the question of licensing, I would say, does not arise within the ambit of the intellectual property law that we are talking about. But the question is, I would like to go back a little bit, that I asked my kids who compose music that you are composing music and you have had a long training of, say, 15 years in music before you are able to do some worthwhile composition. Then when you are composing music, then are you not reminded of hundreds and thousands of musical compositions that you had an opportunity of hearing, listening, and learning over all those years? So his answer was, well, yes, that's possible, because all that music is sitting somewhere in your mind, in your faculties, and whatever is drawn out, then it's a mixture. Maybe it's an imagination or whatever. The process we do not know, we cannot define it, but it happens. Now imagine a situation, a human being composing music and writing something, and then we give the same task to AI. The AI has got access to thousands and thousands of musical composition, and we specify that you compose this kind of music in the style of Beethoven or Mozart or Bach or whatever, whoever. So according to the prescription, according to the prompt, the machine creates the music. And by a stroke of chance, both the musical compositions turn out to be exactly the same. Let's say one composed by the machine, another composed by the human being. Both are exactly the same. Now, to human being, we are ready to grant copyright over the same work. To the machine, we deny. What is the reason for that? What could be the reason? When I think about this, what could be the reason? The reason lies in the process of creativity. The machine is, as far as I've been able to understand, it is aggregating the previously existing works. Well, even if a human being is doing so, then he is always adding an element which cannot be defined, which we may call it X. It is the aggregation, even if it is an aggregation, it is always an X element which is present in the creativity of human beings. That makes the difference. So even if the output is exactly the same, though it may not happen, but we are just taking a hypothetical example, it is exactly the same, still we may not be able to grant ownership to the work generated by AI, and we may be able to grant ownership of over the creativity to the human being. And once the question of ownership is settled, then only we can respond to the question of licensing, because it is, as I said earlier, it is only the owner who has the authority to grant a license. Now, another question in this regard is, well, some work is already created by the machine. The work is already there. We cannot wish it out. It is there. Now, what happens to that? How do we resolve the questions? Is it free for all? So these are the questions that I would like to end my first response to the question asked by Dr. Raghavendra.
My next question to Sabina ji. Sabina ji, yesterday evening, there was a complaint from Screenwriters Association. They write script for the film, which get adapted into film. Either they write script for a TV serial or a web series nowadays. In OTT platforms, we keep watching web series, Netflix or Amazon Prime or other apps. Here what is happening, there is no contract, agreement signed by them, and technically a license has not been given to adaptation license or assignment, neither license nor assignment given to film producer, of a film producer or a TV serial producer or web series producer. Here there is a big problem because they are taking the ownership. Now, exploitation is happening on other platforms, and then they are not able to monetize this thing when it is other platform is exploited. Nor is the literary work itself it is copied. They are not able to establish their authorship or ownership. So how the film industry will prosper if the rights of the creators are not recognized? They are in the same problem which author composers used to have before 2012 amendments. Even the provisions address this issue of the screenwriters, but they are still in the soup. So can you say something on this?
I'll start with the amendment itself, which happened in 2012, where there was clarity given to royalties that can be collected by authors, or a copyright society that is formed by authors. Unfortunately, since 2012 till today, there is no copyright society that authors have been able to register. The reason is, I would not like to blame anyone, but authors who are members of the Screenwriters Association themselves. So let me tell you, the Copyright Act of India was very robustly amended in 2012. It mentioned authors And initially, what everyone understood in the industry, I can't call it industry because our film business or people who carry out the business are still struggling to get the industry status, and they have made various representations to the government. Hopefully they may be granted an industry status soon. So the people in the film and entertainment business, the authors, have already been granted protection to the extent in that amendment of 2012, that it is also written that if they give up their right to even royalties, that agreement can be made invalid. However, the right cannot go away. It is specifically mentioned in the Act. The Act specifically also mentions that any assignment or any licensing of any work has to be in writing. It mentions that the consideration has to be fixed and mentioned in that particular contract itself. Now, you know, the only way a legislation can protect, or the country or the Copyright Office can protect authors, is by making these type of legislations and amendments which are already there. Now, what is really happening is the Screenwriters Association grants something known as a registration of the script, which is not really a copyright. However, the Copyright Act only recognizes the copyright register of the Copyright Board as a valid proof in court. So a lot of writers, they go to the Copyright Association, pay a nominal fee, they go to the Screenwriters Association, pay a nominal fee, become members, and look upon their associations to protect them. The Screenwriters Association allows them to register their stories and scripts. They give them a registration number. You can also do it online. Each registration has a nominal fee. However, no one is explaining to these authors that there is a provision of copyright. Now, you know, in India, they say that ignorance of law cannot be an excuse. So we cannot really blame the Screenwriters Association for not explaining to their members that copyright is done with the Copyright Office of India. It is not done in the Screenwriters Association, which is an office somewhere in the lanes of Andheri. Now, what happens?
My next question, Savinaji, the question of the new technologies and disturbing the films. If you look at the section 14D, where it says that any photograph taken out of the film, also infringement, that reproduction cannot be made without consent and compensation. When during the second COVID wave, the great disruption innovation happened in technology, digital technology, that is innovation in the name of non-fungible tokens. So that created a new kind of art. Somebody started online sale of NFT art created on Amitabh Bachchan's posters and photos. Do you think that this kind of thing is allowed? Monetize without consent and compensation?
I believe that when a living person or even the family of a deceased person is existing, then, and that person has earned a name for himself or herself, and someone is trying to monetize on the personality of that person, there is something known as personality rights also, which time and again are enforced in terms of films. So why not in terms of photographs or in terms of works? Finally, that person has worked all his life to create his identity. There is time and again, there are cases that are filed in various high courts where people are, maybe radio channels or some sort of channels are basically imitating
recently, Anil Kapoor's case in Delhi.
Anil Kapoor's case, Javed Akhtarji's case. There are various cases where, on radio, they make these, I would say, audio memes, where they make fun they use the language or the, not really the language, but the voice is
Mimicking the exact
mimicking,
voice,
yes,
yeah.
they mimic the exact voice of these artists, and they make fun of, they even involve their families at time, and people find that funny, whereas I don't, because I feel it is very disrespectful to such senior artists.
Yeah, understand, but
In the
I know
same way-
if monetization and making these kind of adaptive works and monetization is infringement of copyright, understood. But there is an exception to criticism and review. In that, that part, if you are not monetizing, if your college festival or this kind of event,
That can
somebody
come under
mimicking,
fair use.
yeah, that extent is
I
allowed.
think fair use, which specifically our act mentions that it is research, it is used for research, educational purposes, and such purposes is something that can be excluded. But the minute there is commercialization to this, yes, there should be, a limit to which someone can use it without paying someone, but finally the personality or whoever's personality is being used, he should be entitled to some sort of consideration.
Thank you. And Arul, coming to again the artificial intelligence and copyright issues and creativity, authorship and ownership. In one of the, during the plenary inauguration session of this conference, Daren Tang ji was mentioning about the, various conferences which they are holding on AI and other disruptive technologies. One of the discussion panelists talking about, I was just laughing, extending rights to artificial intelligence, similar way neighboring rights are given or related rights are given. Tell me as a professor, if there is no copyright, there is no intellectual property, how can AI creative works fall under the related rights and neighboring rights and they can be given protection?
I completely agree with you on that. I think and I think from the question, I also kind of presume that we both are taking more or less a similar position here, because if our statute or if the US copyright law statute is demanding human authorship, then yes, there is no question of any kind of right emerging from that kind of a work. So there is, at least again, as I tried to indicate earlier, at least as it stands now, we also don't have any philosophical, I would say, backing or economic backing to also change that position. So unless and until we, through conversations, become ourselves convinced that these kinds of work need to be protected under copyright law, there is no need to extend any kind of rights for these.
Recently, I had a very good lengthy discussion in the roundtable held in Tokyo, where my friend, Registrar of Copyright from US also attended, Shira Perlmutter. And then recently, Shira Perlmutter has given a Copyright Office decision against Dabus, seeking the copyright. Dabus is an artificial generative AI machine seeking copyright for its creation Rembrandt paintings. That was rejected on the basis that they followed the same formula of section 2, subsection 6, where person behind and giving the prompt. Prompt may be the written prompt or voice prompt. Here, Perlmutter versus Dabus is a good decision. Other decisions also she has given. Earlier you talked about the incentive theory. And even you take the other theories also, the of IP address, it can't be satisfied. But what critics are saying, those who bat for the AI copyright, AI authorship, they say that at present only low AI is existing. Tomorrow high AI will come. Now you're rejecting it because it's not a human. And it will acquire the human characteristics, sentiment, like it will have a touch feeling, pain, sorrow, happiness. And if that kind of machine is there, then you'll be ready to give copyright authorship ownership.
Again, my answer would be no, because we, the human beings, created copyright for a purpose, And that purpose will not be existing when AI is generating a work autonomously. And that purpose was, yes, incentivizing further creativity and enriching the world through those creativity. And that purpose is not served when artificial intelligence is creating a particular work. Since you mentioned about the US Corporate Office practice, maybe I should also bring to the attention of the audience that a document, that March 2023 guidelines, which the US Corporate Office has issued, is extremely, extremely useful for each and everyone who is sitting in this room, because one of the things which they point out there is that, yes, a person might be giving many number of prompts to these kinds of models and generating an output, but the final output, the determination of what picture is finally emerging, is still taken by the machine, and it's a black box for us. So the creative decision is not done by us, who is actually making the input prompt, but by the machine, which is a black box. Even if I take the position that, yes, AI is generating on its own, there also, yes, that black box is creating it, and there is no justification for granting copyright for those kinds of works. That would be my general position. I would also request that maybe the Indian Copyright Office also should tweak the Copyright Office registration practices, because, for example, the US Copyright Office has tweaked the registration practice, wherein now they also specifically mandate the applicant to mention whether AI has been used as a tool in the creation of a work, and based on whatever input they have put in that field, the Copyright Office will determine whether that creative output was actually done under the control of the person, or was it made by the concerned generative AI.
Raman, my next question is to you. One of my arguments is that when US Hollywood film authors, composers, and screenwriters went on strike for 3 months, they called off, but the performers are still on strike. That's what I understand. Consent and compensation. Unless and until the final work, which has created a language that after learning by these machines, learning models, data sets have been created, which have been printed out and started commercialization. No question of consent and compensation come, because after the harmonization of Indian Copyright Act in 2012 amendment with the WIPO copyright treaties, we introduced an amendment in section 52, subsection 1, clause B. It says that any transient and incidental copying done by this digital machine, maybe the computer, laptop, even your mobile, such transient incidental copying is not infringement of copyright. Similarly, the process of learning itself is not an infringement of copyright until the end product is commercialized, and if the end product is for the research and education, again the fair dealing provisions will be applied. What is your take on this?
Yeah, I think fair dealing is something which is a permission given by the statute. So I can compare it with licensing. In licensing, it is the owner who grants permission, and in case of fair dealing, it is the statute itself has granted the permission in certain cases without any need of any compensation. So in a situation, fair dealing has to be judged by the standards of fairness. Now, the standards of fairness are that they should not cause there's a well-established standard that it should not be prejudicial to the legitimate interests of the owner. So as long as it stays clear of that, so I think within the margins of fair dealing, it is permissible to make such uses. That's what I would like to say.
Yeah, please.
So while my learned friends are, mentioning AI-related work, and we are referring to a copyright, the copyright legislation in the US, where they say artistic works, if they are created using AI, they cannot be granted copyright, to the extent that one work was granted copyright and thereafter it was revoked. The copyright was revoked by after granting it because they realized that it is AI generated. I firmly, as a lawyer in this industry, having spent more than 2 decades in this, always dealing with copyrightable works, I feel that to a certain extent, AI-related works will have to be granted copyright, not worldwide. We are also in India signatories to the certain conventions where if we register in India, we get some type of protection in foreign countries, and that work that also has to be granted to international AI generated work, especially when it comes to new works. There is a concept. So as of today, also, when we come back to film and entertainment scripts, it is very difficult when it comes to court, and the court is asked, suppose there are 2 scripts, 2 authors have written a script, and the court is asked to compare or to say that whether these scripts are similar or, to compare it in a certain way. Sometimes it is possible. However, the judges in our high courts really don't have time to sit and watch films and compare scripts with those films. The Screenwriters Association has a very interesting concept of experts, and in one judgment of the Bombay High Court, the court had also recognized that although registrations or whatever the Screenwriters Association says doesn't have legislative value, it has some sort of persuasive value because they are a body of experts. And though they don't have statutory powers like in the US, the Screenwriters Guild, the Writers Guild of America has, but however, the Screenwriters Association is working hard enough to protect their writers. But even what the High Court also said in certain cases is that if it is a new work, what is a new work? There is a very simple definition to new work, and new work is something which to a layman, when he meets or he sees the work with a certain, with his eyes and or reads something, feels that this is a new work, this is different from the earlier work, then even if it is inspired by an earlier work, it can be granted copyright. So why will we not give that protection to someone who is sitting on a machine and creating a new work? I mean, we do not need to follow suit of what other countries we have a vast database, or we have creatively we are very, very strong. And I believe that even if someone is sitting on a machine and creating a new work through whatever AI, look, if everyone can create it, okay, if any normal person can just sit and put in certain inputs and get a new work, or because that software is freely available to everyone, it's different. But if someone uses his intellect to use AI to create new work, why should he not be given copyright protection?
There is no dispute in that, Savinaji. Section 2, Clause 6 clearly says person behind the computer or using this kind of AI algorithms and creating a new work. Obviously, that person becomes the author of the work or owner of the work, not the machine per se. This is the law in India, UK, and mostly US, if I'm correct. That's why the Shira Parliamentary decisions also, US Copyright Office goes in that line. Now the question comes, many people have said, no, AI works needs a different kind of treatment. One step ahead of all these countries is EU. EU, 28 countries, EU has come out with the AI Act, Artificial Intelligence Act. They are always in advance. They are the one who came with the GDPR, pressurized other countries to do that. And of course, they have come out with the AI Act. I understand that the US Copyright Office, in the midst of that discussions, Recently, I've seen a notification seeking public, any interested person, come to us and give your comments how this need to be addressed. Hopefully, this can be going to be discussed soon in the Digital India Act. Do you think that, give me just one line answer, I ask all the three panelists, that does India has to take a decision to introduce a new AI Act, or you need some tweaking in the current Copyright Act?
So I would say that yes, there is a lot to learn from the EU AI Act, and two things are particularly remarkable. One, the AI Act is saying that you need to provide a summary of the training material, and that's very, very relevant from the copyright perspective. The second thing is specifically in the context of generative AI, they say that if a work is generated by or with the help of generative AI tools, that need to be mentioned as a work generated by generative AI tool. So from these two dimensions, yes, there is a lot which we can actually learn. Thank you.
Please, Raman.
Yeah, definitely we would like to have some clarity, some legislative guidance on this very important issue. And I would like to agree with Arul, saying that as the EU law says, that the one who generates through the software must mention that what are the works on the basis of which the new generation has taken place. Now, if those works are copyrighted to somebody, then definitely it becomes infringing. If they are public domain, then it is not infringing. That's a different question altogether.
Savinaj.
If I heard you correctly, sir, your question was whether there should be a new AI Act or it should be there should be a tweaking in the Copyright Act. I would say, however it is, even if there's a new AI Act, it has to relate to the Copyright Act, because ultimately AI and copyright will go hand in hand. So I guess, if we can have a small Copyright Act, because an amendment would take much longer and the world is moving fast. So if we can have a new AI Act, but with reference to the Copyright Act.
Thank you. I mean, this small question. In academic institutions, already the digital networks have created a big problem of plagiarism that is being addressed through the various software like Turnitin and others to cut down the similarity to 8% or 5%. When AI creations are used and passing it on, AI works are one's own researcher works, and because the AI gives you the product without citation and reference. And then how to address the issue? Any policy has been created in any university which Euro universities are following?
So in my university, we have completely revamped the evaluation system. So for almost all the internal evaluations, now an oral examination is an important component. So there is no way, I think we can today detect whether a work is authored by a human being or by the generative. For example, the Turnitin has a feature like that, but even the manufacturer of Turnitin itself says that the detection rate is very, very low. The extent of false positives as well as false negatives are very, very high. So we have to revamp our evaluation system.
Raman, anything to say?
I think if the challenge is posed by the machines of tomorrow will become more advanced, and we hope that they will be able to detect. As far as today is concerned, the scenario, the present scenario, it's not possible for us to detect the students' plagiarism completely. Especially in the era of AI.
And thank you to all my panelists, Dr. Arul Saminaji and Dr. Raman Mittal. And my apologies for not allowing any questions due to paucity of time. And hopefully the same panel meets you somewhere in India. Will definitely take this forward, because these disruptive technologies are changing every day. And thanks a lot to the Controller General Unnat Pandit and the IPO for doing excellent arrangements, and also thanks to my own department, DPIIT, for contributing success of this National IP Conference. Thank you one and all for your patience listening to the excellent comments made by the panelists of this discussion on copyright and emerging issues. Thank you. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई रिक्वेस्ट जितने भी हमारे अतिथि अभी भी पीछे बैठे हैं, प्लीज आप सबसे गुजारिश है जल्दी से आगे आ जाइए, क्योंकि हमारे बीच माननीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी कुछ ही मिनट में पहुंचने वाले हैं. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट प्लीज क्विकली कम इन फ्रंट एंड सेटल. प्लीज जल्दी से, प्लीज काइंडली फिल द प्लेस इन फ्रंट. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज आप जल्दी से आगे आ जाइए, क्योंकि श्री पीयूष गोयल जी हमारे बीच 5 मिनट में पहुंचने वाले हैं. एंड आई वांट यू ऑल टू बी सेटलिंग बिफोर ही अराइव्स हियर. प्लीज डोंट टेक मच टाइम, क्विकली कम एंड फिल ऑल द सीट्स इन फ्रंट. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज आप पीछे की ओर मत जाएं, आगे आ जाएं, और आगे बहुत सारी सीट्स खाली हैं. प्लीज काइंडली फिल दीज सीट्स. काइंडली वेकेंट द बैक साइड एरिया. थैंक यू. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है जितने भी अतिथि अभी घूम रहे हैं प्लीज जल्दी से बैठ जाइए, क्योंकि मंत्री जी बाहर आ गए हैं और मैं चाहती हूं कि आप सभी बैठ जाएं इससे पहले कि वो यहां पर हॉल के अंदर आए. तो प्लीज जितने भी अतिथि अभी भी पीछे की ओर हैं आगे आ जाएं. आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल टू काइंडली क्विकली स्टैंड अप एंड कम इन फ्रंट. कम ऑन एवरीवन. प्लीज फिल दीज वेकेंट सीट्स जो हमारे आगे खाली हैं and make it fast. आगे की बहुत सारी रोज खाली है. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज आप जल्दी से आकर बैठें. डोंट टेक मच टाइम एवरीवन, प्लीज क्विकली डू इट. जितने भी यहाँ पर अतिथि खड़े हैं मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज आप सभी बैठ जाएं ऑन द साइड्स. आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज आप सभी बैठ जाएं, और आगे भी बहुत सारी सीट्स खाली हैं. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आप जल्दी से आगे आ जाएं विदाउट टेकिंग मच टाइम. set to welcome our honorable chief guest. लेकिन उससे पहले मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है जितने भी मेहमान अभी भी जितने भी अतिथि या मेंबर्स साइड्स में खड़े हैं, प्लीज आप सबसे गुजारिश है आप बैठ जाएं. Everyone please kindly be seated. और आगे अभी भी बहुत सारी कुर्सियां खाली हैं. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप पीछे से उठकर आगे की ओर आएं. May I request to all the IP officials to kindly fill the seats in front.
हेलो.
जितने भी IP officials हैं उनसे मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज आप आगे सीट्स पर आकर बैठ जाएं.
ये कॉरिडोर मेरे लेफ्ट में है वो पूरा क्लियर हो जाए. ऊपर वाला जो सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट है वो पूरा क्लियर करके आगे आ जाए. जहां पर भी सीट अवेलेबल है सभी सीट्स ऑक्यूपाई कर ले. देयर विल नॉट बी एनी standing in the hall. Yeah. Honorable Minister is about to arrive in just 2 minutes. So please occupy your seats. Few seats are available in my right also. Here in the left also in the middle area. Please occupy all the seats which is available. Thank you very much. आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज आप वापस पीछे की ओर मत जाएं, आगे बहुत सारी कुर्सियां खाली हैं, प्लीज आप वापस नीचे आ जाएं।
आगे बहुत सारी कुर्सियां खाली है, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप जल्दी से यहाँ आगे आकर बैठें, वापस पीछे की ओर मत जाएं, because any moment our chief guest is going to arrive here and I want everyone to be seated before he arrives. So please quickly come.
इतना बड़ा विकास समझ नहीं आ रहा, समझ तो आ रहा है, but it's not good.
Kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you all that our chief guest has arrived and he is going to be here any moment. So I request everyone to kindly get ready to welcome our honorable guest. बहुत ही बेसब्री से इंतज़ार चल रहा है हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी का, जो कि कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे बीच आने वाले हैं और मैं चाहती हूं कि आप सभी तैयार रहें ज़ोरदार तालियों के साथ, गड़गड़ाहट के साथ उनका स्वागत करने के लिए। Well, once again, I would like to tell you all that any moment our chief guest is going to be here. So those who are still moving around, I request you all to kindly be seated. और लीजिए, इंतजार की घड़ियां खत्म हो चुकी हैं क्योंकि हमारे बीच हमारे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री पीयूष गोयल जी पधार चुके हैं। माननीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री हैं, उपभोक्ता मामले, खाद्य और सार्वजनिक वितरण और कपड़ा मंत्री हैं, और साथ ही ये राज्यसभा के सदन के नेता भी हैं। मैं चाहती हूँ बस जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम सभी इनका स्वागत करें, क्योंकि इन्होंने विश्व स्तर पर अब तक की सबसे तेज गति से बातचीत के परिणाम स्वरूप संयुक्त अरब अमीरात के साथ FTA पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं। टुडे वी आर सो हैप्पी एंड डिलाइटेड टू हैव यू हियर, सर। On dais, we have Ms. Himani Pandey, JS, TPIIT, along with Mr. Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, and our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. और जैसा कि हमारी परंपरा है अतिथि देवो भव की, हमारे बीच हमारे मुख्य अतिथि जी पधार चुके हैं और एक बार फिर से तहे दिल से हम उनके शुक्रगुजार हैं कि उन्होंने अपने कीमती वक्त में से कुछ लम्हे निकाले और हमारे बीच यहाँ पर आए हैं। एंड इट्स अ टाइम टू फेलिसिटेट हिम, सो आई रिक्वेस्ट टू वेलकम Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. I request Professor Dr. Unnat P. Pandit, Controller General of Patents, Designs, Trademark, to kindly present a bouquet. And this very special trophy along with Angavastra. बहुत ही खूबसूरत ये पल हैं और वक्त आ गया है कि हम इन लम्हों को थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ाएं, इन्हें और खूबसूरत बनाएं। एंड फॉर द वेलकम एड्रेस आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस हिमानी पांडे, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी IPR TPIIT, टू काइंडली कम एंड से अ फ्यू वर्ड्स। और आप सभी से गुजारिश है एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम इनका स्वागत करें।
Good afternoon, everyone. I warmly welcome the Honorable Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, Secretary DST, Professor Karandikar, the Controller General, Dr. Unnat Pandit, all the IP creators, innovators, IP attorneys, consultants, advisors, educators, entrepreneurs, startup entrepreneurs to this IP conference. The focus of this conference has been to showcase the energy and drive in the IP ecosystem that is showcased in the increasing number of IP filings, not only in patents, but in the entire IPR spectrum. In 2016, the national IP policy was released, and in 9 years, the patent filing has gone up by more than 82%. Trademarks has more than doubled. Increasingly and encouragingly, the participation of women has also increased in patent filings, and the filings by startups has gone up by 9 times. But even as number of filings have gone up, and currently India holds the 6th position in filing of patents and 40th position in the Global Innovation Index, a tough target has been set for us by the Honorable Prime Minister that by Amritkal end, we should be achieving within 10 positions of the Global Innovation Index. A tough target, but I think with various but with rigorous monitoring, I think it is an achievable target. And also, this helps along with the progressive policies which the government has come up with. As within DPIIT, sir is leading us in the IP reforms in terms of, as a first level, in terms of increasing efficiencies, reducing compliance burdens, reducing timelines, and to ensure that the process becomes more and more streamlined. And there are lesser and lesser complaints that come in. Along with that, we have also sanctioned SPRIHA chairs, more than doubling them for this year, as well as more and more TISC centers, 22 of them which were sanctioned this year. I hope that with these steps, more and more systems, more and more processes will be put in place, more and more IP creators will find it increasingly easier, not only for technology conversion, but also for their commercialization. I hope that this event has proved well its worth, that we will be leading India into an innovation economy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now take this opportunity to invite here for the special address Professor Abhi Karandikar, Secretary DST, to kindly come and say a few words. और आप सभी से गुजारिश है एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हम इनका स्वागत करें.
Thank you very much. Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Joint Secretary DPIIT, Ms. Himani Pandey, Dr. Unnat Pandit, all the distinguished guests who have come here. I'm indeed delighted to be the part of this national conference on nurturing growth of IP-driven knowledge economy. As all of you know, and as it was pointed out by the Joint Secretary itself, that in the recent years, we have created a very vibrant ecosystem of nurturing intellectual property and the IP-driven ecosystem, both in the form of promoting incubation, startups and innovations, and also in the form of policies and programs. India now has a very vibrant ecosystem for the promotion of entrepreneurship and startups in the country. Indian startups have witnessed an exponential growth in the past few years, and we now rank third globally in terms of number of startups. Today, the number of registered startups has crossed more than 1 lakh, and as you know that Indian unicorns are also flourishing in the today's fast-changing dynamic economy. From my ministry, the Department of Science and Technology, the DST has been one of the oldest departments in terms of supporting startups and incubators. The DST has established the technology business incubators across India through the National Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Boards and also the Technology Development Boards. The National Innovation Foundation also collaborates with various organizations to identify and support the grassroots innovators. We also have a program for patent facilitating center, which has been working for last several years with an objective of creating the IPR awareness and deeper understanding of patents and IPRs. It is indeed heartening to note that we are today celebrating this conference on nurturing growth of an IP-driven knowledge economy at a time when India is at a point of contributing significantly in terms of generating not only the intellectual patent rights and intellectual property rights and patents, but also in terms of contributing standards essential patents in many of the high-end areas. In fact, as an innovator myself, I have been a contributor to a standards essential patents in the telecom area myself. We will see that increasingly we are seeing the IP awareness and also the need for the IP monetizations amongst our innovators and researchers. And I'm indeed delighted that with various programs and policies of DPIIT, we have reached a stage of monetizations of an IP-driven research outcomes, which may be coming from our startups, research labs, and academia. Once again, I would like to congratulate the Ministry for organizing this program. I'm sure you will have a very fruitful and enjoyable and enlightening discussions in today's conference. Thank you very much for making me a part of this. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now take this opportunity to invite here for the plenary address our chief guest of the day, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. And once again, I request you all to give a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Dr. Abhay Karandikar, Secretary, Science and Technology, Ms. Himani Pandey, Joint Secretary in the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Dr. Unnat Pandit, the Chief Controller of the Patent Office, all other delegates from across the world who have joined us during the last 2 or 3 days of engagements during the very important visit of the Director General of WIPO, friends from industry, from the IP ecosystem, young lawyers that I see in very large numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, delighted to be a part of the National IP Conference with the theme Nurturing Growth of IP-driven knowledge economy, truly reflecting the new age thinking that India is reinventing itself into. We are today a country which believes that transformation is an essential part of our journey in the Amrit Kal to make India a developed economy. And when we look at transforming the India story, when we look at reform across the country, I think innovation is at the centerpiece of that transformation. No country has become a developed nation without a strong impetus and thrust towards promoting the knowledge economy, towards promoting technology-based solutions for day-to-day needs of society, needs of industry, needs of government, and protecting and nurturing a very robust IP ecosystem is a very important element if we have to bring in the spirit of inquiry into our young boys and girls, into our students at a young age, because all the effort that they put in towards bringing new innovations, new ideas, will not succeed unless we are able to give them due protection and help them create value for their knowledge-based ideas and innovative solutions that they come up with. This theme is truly the need of the hour and has the power to change lives and create livelihoods. Technology and ideas are clearly the twin engine of growth, and the intellectual property regime, the IPR, is the fuel that powers this engine. At the outset, let me congratulate all the award winners for their achievements, which will inspire others and future generations to come up with new ideas, better ideas, new solutions, both for business, ease of doing business, and for people's lives, ease of living. Because ultimately, whatever we are doing, in any sphere of activity, all economic activity for that matter, one way or the other, leads to ease of doing business and ease of living. And both these also feed into each other. Our effort for making business easier helps the economy grow and gives a better lifestyle, better livelihoods for the people. And our efforts towards ease of living help businesses grow. And the interplay between both of these is protected by IPR, giving due respect for stakeholders who are helping with their innovative ideas. In fact, IP could also be termed, instead of intellectual property, as an area of infinite potential. And I'm sure our young friends here will appreciate that this powerhouse, this innovation powerhouse, probably another acronym for IP, this innovation powerhouse that India has to offer is better than the best, better than any other part of the world, given the huge talent, the huge entrepreneurial spirit, given the skill sets that young India has. I think we can beat anybody in the world once we put our heads and effort together to come up with newer ideas, innovative ideas, focus on research, focus on development, operationalize our ideas, because we have the advantage of the 3Ds, our democracy, our demographic dividend, and our diversity. And collectively, all of these lead to demand. And therefore, friends, our innovations, our ideas, with a 1.4 billion, 140 crore market size domestically available, with a growing economy and growing fast, growing hopefully to become the third largest GDP in the world in the next 3 or 4 years. In fact, the IMF has recently come out with a report which has further increased the GDP growth numbers for India for 2023, 24, 25, and has reflected that over the next 3 or 4 years, we will become the third largest economy in the world. I'm sure you have all seen the first quarter, June to the first quarter results of GDP growth at 7.8%. You've also seen that our consumer price index inflation has come down to 5%, and industrial growth is upwards of 10%. We are really sitting on a sweet spot. We are sitting on a huge potential, which I call infinite potential. And therefore, unless all of us work together with confidence, working towards the theme of the World IP Day 2023, Women and IP, accelerating innovation and creativity. Our Nari Shakti has a huge amount of untapped, unrecognized potential, which we need to encourage and take forward the mission that Prime Minister Modi has often articulated, women-led development. Our Nari Shakti has the potential to contribute hugely to the growth story of India. And I'm sure, in fact, as I look around the room here, I see probably more women than I've seen in any other public function in recent times. And I would encourage, and you have a leader sitting right there from the Ministry for the Ecosystem. Our whole startup mission is led by girls and women. I personally think this is truly going to be the game changer for India, the fact that India recognizes and respects our Nari Shakti. Many of you may be aware, 47% of our startups, nearly 1/2 of our startups, have at least one or more women director. And there were at least 100 women engaged with our Chandrayaan-3 successful landing on the south pole of the moon. In fact, India truly is proud of our women of substance, our women with huge capabilities, are women who make us proud through the length and breadth of the world. And for the women of India, even the sky is not the limit. I think they've gone beyond the moon now. The Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, while reflecting on IPR, had said, and I'd like to quote, India is committed to protecting IPR of all innovators and entrepreneurs, unquote. And I do believe that over the last few years, we have made rapid strides for a robust IPR regime, including a national IPR policy. We've been working relentlessly to ease the entire ecosystem around IPR. I have made a personal commitment to the nation, and I hope I have the full support of my team, that the total IPR office in its entirety, whether it's trademarks, patents, copyrights, designs, GI, everything will be 100% digitalized and online. And we will not allow, mandatorily we would not like to allow anybody to be visiting our IPR offices for anything whatsoever. I hope some of the lawyers in the room are not unhappy with that. Every submission will only be online. And I have received WIPO Director General's commitment to provide us with the necessary technical support, if any required, to make our processes simpler and better. And Unnatji, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. Wherever their systems are compatible, can be used or modified a little bit to suit our circumstances, please do it. We need not sit and spend next 3 years trying to create our own new systems. No great glory or no great joy in wasting time or wasting energy on something which somebody has already done. And WIPO is our body. We are all members, we are all part of WIPO. So it's not as if anybody is doing us a favor also. It's a part of the WIPO commitment to all its member states. So take whatever we can. For design uploading, which I was told needs more space, immediately upgrade your computer systems, upgrade your cloud storage systems or hardware. Absolutely. Himani, please make sure there is no budgetary constraint at all. And in the next 15 days, I would like to see a time-bound plan of action with job responsibilities so that this program, and we'll make it public. We'll make the timelines public so that all the people who are sitting in this room will become our monitors. And I would urge you to please be more demanding. Please ask us if there is more that needs to be done. Look into the paper we put out, and each one of you is requested to give us your ideas. Share with us what more you think can be done. And for grievances, for any engagement you may want to have with the IPR office, we'll have two methods. One will be a morning video conference. Has that started?
This is.
What time is it?
Sir, it is after 4 to 5.
Sorry, it's an evening one. I'm okay. You can choose the time, whatever you like. Is it daily?
Daily, and advocates are in court, so they have preferred that after court, if you can have it.
That's a very smart move. Good one. So 4 to 5 every day, we have an open video conference link already operational, in which we would urge anybody who's looking for any support of the IPR office to come in, raise your issues on that VC. We record those VCs so that we have a record of what discussions happen. We will be analyzing those VCs to make sure nobody is trying to harass or trouble any of the participants or applicants. Anybody who needs to do a hearing will be given a video conferencing link, and hearings will be online and also recorded. And should you have a complaint which you want to raise bilaterally, not on the open VC link, you are welcome to make that request, and they will be obliged, our office will be obligated to offer you a time which is mutually convenient. It is not as if they will dictate a time and then you have to leave everything and necessarily join that time. We'll work out through email a mutually convenient time. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
Which suits both parties, the government machinery or the IPR machinery and the stakeholder. And on a mutually agreed time, you can have a bilateral VC which will also be recorded. Should anybody approach you for any external meeting, in or out of the office, you will write in a mail immediately to the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, that we have been approached to do a meeting which is outside the video conference system that the ministry and IPR office has set up. And I want your commitment, because you are the stakeholders. Tali do haath se bajti hai. Am I right? तो आप भी ताली बजाएंगे साथ में, या एक तरफ से मैं ये सब चीजें इंप्लीमेंट? नहीं, मैं अभी ताली बजाने के लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूं। मैं बोल रहा हूं इस काम में आप लोग सब सहयोग करोगे। तो आवाज इतनी हल्की है कि प्रधानमंत्री छोड़ो मेरे ऑफिस तक नहीं जाएगी। आप सबका पूरा सहयोग मिलेगा 100%। और अगर हमारे यहां से किसी ने गलत काम करने की कोशिश की तो आप हमें बताओगे? मुझे टोटली ट्रांसपेरेंट और क्लीन इकोसिस्टम आईपीआर का, जो फास्ट स्पीड पे काम करे, ईमानदारी से काम करे और सेवा भाव से काम करे, ये क्रिएट करने में आपकी मदद चाहिए। And if we can work together towards this, we can reduce the timeline towards filing of applications, processing of applications. We'll not have repeated adjournments. We'll not have you running up and down offices. You won't have to spend your time in your car or on the trains or metros. Antop Hill तक नहीं जाना पड़ेगा आपको मुंबई में, या यहाँ का ऑफिस भी द्वारका है, रोहिणी किधर है? द्वारका। तो आपको किधर जाना नहीं पड़ेगा, अपने ऑफिस या घर के कंफर्टेबल एनवायरनमेंट में आप अपने काम को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। कोविड जैसी महामारी में हमने समस्याएं तो बहुत झेली, पर उसमें से सीखने को भी नए आइडियाज बहुत मिल गए, और उसमें से ये एक अच्छा कोविड का हैंगओवर है वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग, जिसको हम अगर अच्छी तरीके से इस्तेमाल करें तो मैं समझता हूं देश का भी बहुत भला होगा, और उद्योग और व्यापार जगत को भी हम और तेज गति से आगे लेके जा पाएंगे। तो मैं कई हमारे जो वरिष्ठ साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के नेता बैठे हैं यहाँ, प्रोफेसर सहस्त्रबुद्धे का भी आशीर्वाद चाहूंगा कि इसमें हम सफल हो सके। और करंदीकर जी, अगर आपका भी सहयोग मिले और आपका डिपार्टमेंट भी इसमें, अभी हमारे जितनी कई सारे मीटिंग्स हाइब्रिड होती हैं, जिससे पूरी चीज ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, हर एक व्यक्ति को पूरा मौका मिले कि हर एक चीज में वो भाग भी ले सके, और कई लोग करवाई ट्रैवल नहीं कर पाते हैं तो उनको सुविधा हो जाए। इसी प्रकार से इसमें भी मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सब इसमें हमारा सहयोग करें। We want to speed up the systems. We want to make them more efficient. We want to make them more effective. And we want to make them world class. The world should envy the Indian IPR ecosystem. Friends, I'm sure it must have been informed by now to everybody, but we are also doubling the manpower in all our IP ecosystem. So we'll have much more examiners, joint controllers, etc., so that we can do in a time-bound manner all approvals. We'll be focusing a lot on making sure that frivolous pre-opposition, pre-grant opposition will be rooted out. I've also suggested to examine ways that if some people are just putting in pre-grant opposition for the sake of harassment, whether we can initiate criminal proceedings against them, or if there's any habitual people who put pre-grant oppositions. Please get that examined legally, but take them seriously and take action against such people. At the same time, genuine pre-grant opposition should not be ignored, and our officials will be obligated to carefully analyze all oppositions, to write speaking orders, which should be made public, and any decisions taken for grant of any IP, even if it is under section 144 or any other section, where there's bilateral conversation between the department and the applicant. I think it is important that the world should know that we have considered all possible angles and we've taken very reasoned decisions, very well thought of decisions. Transparency will always help and ensure that our officials are also protected from false complaints, and will give confidence to the entire world that India genuinely protects IPR, at the same time encourages innovation. And towards that end, we have made an effort to also reduce the fees for applicants significantly. I don't have all the ready details, but I think we had brought in discounts for women entrepreneurs or promoters or innovators. We have brought in discounts for micro and small units, medium also. We have brought in medium ke liye to nahi hai na, micro and small. We have brought in discounts for academic institutions. I'd asked you to also extend it to private academic institutions. Has that been done? It's been done? Good. So earlier it was, I think, only government academic institutions. I see no reason why private sector should not be a part of our effort to bring in innovation. We now have the Anusandhan National Research Foundation also, which Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Karandikar, and the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Dr. Ajay Sood, have spearheaded. My compliments to Dr. Sood and Dr. Karandikar for coming up with this another game-changing initiative. And I thank the Honorable Prime Minister from the bottom of my heart for having encouraged research and development in India in a very big way through this National Research Foundation, through this effort where academia, industry and government will be working together in partnership, where government will also be providing funding support. We'll be providing laboratory support. BIS and other organizations will be helping you to set up laboratories for testing facilities. It's a whole of the government approach, be it the science and technology, be it biosciences division, be it space, be it rare earths, be it Department for Promotion of Industry, be it our Commerce Ministry and other ministries working towards free trade agreements and greater engagement with the rest of the world through bilateral technology partnerships, like we have with the EU now, a Trade and Technology Council, TTC, a first of its kind for India, through our IPR ecosystem. All sections of government are going to work as one. That is Prime Minister Modi's vision for India. The whole of the government working in collaboration, in cooperation to achieve our mission for the Amrit Kal. We have already improved our ranking from 81 in 2014 when we came into government. Yeah, go ahead. Madam has a meeting with the Honorable Foreign Minister. She's allowed to go. Our improvement in the Global Innovation Index ranking from 81 in 2014 to 40 today is testimony of the good work that all of you have done over the last 9 years. But our ambition going forward is to be amongst the top 10 in the world. And I hope we will receive your support to make this a reality, to support this entire ecosystem. As we have increased our online patent filing from 35% in 2014 to 96% today, can we aim for 100% of the entire IPR office? Also, can we aim to be in the domestic patent applications, a massive growth in the years to come? Can we aim that various informations that are shared with the public are expanded? We have more regular interface with all of you. We have younger students being trained through our various IPR chairs in different universities to become good experts in this ecosystem. Can we increase the number of GIs that we have in India? Can we look at a revolution in the IP space? Can we move to expand this for our artists, for our academia, for individual innovators, for institutions, all to come together and make India the place to be? India to be the growth center, the epicenter of technology, the epicenter of innovation in the years to come. I have no doubt, given the technology and the talent that all of you possess, along with the commitment towards making India a developed nation, along with the collective commitment to work, to contribute to this growth story, we will all together certainly make India a global IP superpower. Congratulations once again to all the award winners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And I know that you're all keenly waiting for your award, जो कि हमारे मुख्य अतिथि द्वारा दिए जाने हैं. So without taking much of your time, because सदा ऐसे दौरान दिखाता नहीं, गया वक्त फिर हाथ आता नहीं, जल्दी से हम इस अवार्ड सेरेमनी का आगाज़ करने जा रहे हैं, जो कि नेशनल इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी अवार्ड्स 2023 हैं. और आई एम श्योर दैट यू आर ऑल सेट टू रिसीव योर अवार्ड. तो जल्दी से मैं यहाँ पर कैटेगरी बोलने वाली हूँ, एंड क्विकली कम रिसीव योर अवार्ड. द कैटेगरी इज टॉप इंडियन इंडिविजुअल इन पेटेंट्स मेल, which goes to Shri Akhil Singhal, who is going to receive a medal, cash award of ₹1 lakh and a certificate. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज आप सभी जोरदार तालियां बजाकर हमारे सभी अवार्डीज जो आज अवार्ड रिसीव करेंगे उनका हौसला बढ़ाते रहें, ताकि आने वाले वक्त में भी ये ऐसे ही अवार्ड लेते रहें. Our next category is Top Indian Individual in Patents Female, which goes to Dr. G. Pusli Bai, who is going to receive a medal, cash award of ₹1 lakh and a certificate. Our next award goes to Top Indian Individual in Patents in Child category, which goes to Vigyan Kishore Das. आई रिक्वेस्ट कि आप एक तरफ से अवार्ड लें, दूसरी साइड से उतरते जाएं. Our next category is Top Indian Individual in Trademarks, and this award goes to Shri Jetharam Nemaram Gehlot. Here we have Vigyan Kishore Das. Our next category is Top Indian Individual in Trademarks, Shri Jetharam Nemaram Gehlot. I request you to kindly come and receive your award. Our next category is Top Indian Individual in Designs, which goes to Shri Anna Eswara Kumar. He is going to receive a medal, cash award of rupees 1 lakh and a certificate. Our next category is Top Indian Academic Institution in Patents, which goes to Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. Next category, Top Public and Private Company Manufacturing Sector, which goes to Schneider Electric India Private Limited. Please be ready. My next category is Top Public and Private Company Service in Service Sector, which goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Top Public and Private Company in Service Sector goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Our next award goes to the Top Indian MSME Patents, which goes to Merrill Life Sciences Private Limited, who's going to receive a trophy, 1 lakh rupees and a certificate. Our next category is Top Indian Company in Designs, which goes to Uno Minda Limited. Here we have Top Indian Company in Design, Uno Minda Limited on stage, and our next category is Top Indian Company or Organization for Creating Brand in India and Abroad, which goes to Coromandel International Limited. Our next category is Special Citation for Technology, Innovation and Startup Center, which goes to National Research Development Corporation, Visakhapatnam. Our next category is Special Citation for Patent Information Center, which goes to Tamil Nadu State Council for Science and Technology. Come on everyone, don't stop yourselves. I want a roaring round of applause. Our next category is Special Citation for Atal Tinkering Labs, which goes to Amity International School, Mayur Vihar. The entire team of Amity International School, Mayur Vihar is here. Come on guys, a round of applause. Because it's always a teamwork. Our next category is Special Citation for Institutions Innovation Council, which goes to Certificate of Appreciation, SINA, IIT Bombay. Certificate of Appreciation SINA IIT Mumbai is receiving this award. Our next category is Rural-Centric Invention, which goes to Letter of Appreciation Dr. P. Jayakumar. Last but not the least, Top Indian Company or Organization for Creating Brand in India and Abroad, which goes to again Schneider Electric India Private Limited. Come on everyone! And it was really wonderful to have all the awardees on stage. What a wonderful moments. Thank you, sir, for making time to be with us. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां बजा देते हैं श्री पीयूष गोयल जी के लिए, जिन्होंने अपना इतना कीमती वक्त हमें दिया और आज के इस प्रोग्राम को, आज के इस कार्यक्रम को और भी शानदार बनाया है. Thank you once again, sir. And now it's a time to proceed further. For the vote of thanks, I request Professor. All right, guys, thank you so much. And now we are soon going to begin our next session. So I request you all to not to go anywhere. What time are you starting? Well, before we begin our next session, I request you all to kindly have a look. Please kindly proceed on the first floor and see the exhibition. Please be on the first floor and see the exhibition, and please quickly come back. Well, may I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen who are still outside the hall. I request you all to kindly quickly come and settle down as we are soon going to start our next session, that is unlocking the value of IP in the digital age, monetization of IP-driven research in the knowledge economy. So I request you all to kindly be seated so that we can begin our session. I'm sure कि आप सभी ने अपना इवनिंग स्नैक्स और टी कॉफ़ी ले लिया है और आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है जो गेस्ट हॉल के बाहर हैं प्लीज़ जल्दी से आकर बैठ जाएं ताकि हम अपने अगले सेशन की शुरुआत कर सकें. Once again, I request everyone to kindly come inside the hall and settle so that we can begin our next session. Welcome back, everyone. I request you all to kindly be seated, and those who are still outside the hall, I request you all to kindly quickly come and settle. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है अभी भी जो हॉल के बाहर हैं वो सभी अतिथि आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और जो अतिथि खड़े हैं उनसे मेरी गुजारिश है अनुरोध है कि प्लीज आप सभी बैठें ताकि हम अपने अगले सेशन का आगाज कर सकें. Once again, I request everyone to kindly be seated. Well, guys, we are all set for our next session, and I want you all to kindly settle down. Please kindly settle. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज आप सभी बैठ जाएं. और जो अतिथि अभी भी हॉल के बाहर, आई एम श्योर आई एम क्वाइट ऑडिबल, मेरी आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप जल्दी से आकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें बिकॉज वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट आवर नेक्स्ट सेशन which is unlocking the value of IP in the digital age, monetization of IP-driven research in the knowledge economy, and very soon I'm going to invite here our guest who will be here on dais. So I request you all to kindly quickly come and settle down.
आवाज में बोला.
Please get settled on. We have to start the session also, and we need your support. IP office volunteer, please help me to close the upside doors. And there won't be any sitting space upside. Everyone need to come down, please. This side also, the 5 gentlemen, please come in forward. And all the officers and delegates outside the plenary hall, please come inside. Please come forward from back also, come forward. This side I am having a chairs. Come. वो पीछे 5 ऑफिसर्स आईपी ऑफिस के सीधे आगे आ जाए प्लीज. This side also. Close the, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. This side also you can close. Yes. Kindly close this door also. Please help me. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, Sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for our next session, which is unlocking the value of IP in the digital age, monetization of IP-driven research in the knowledge economy. And to chair the session, may I request Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman of National Education Technology Forum and Chairman of EC National Assessment and Accreditation Council, to kindly come on stage, and I want you all to give a huge round of applause to him. And I am going to announce the entire panel. Mr. John Quebeca, U.S. Intellectual Property Counselor for South Asia, to kindly come and settle. Mr. Ben Llewellyn Jones, Director Business and International Policy, UKPTO. Mr. Watanabe Hiroki, Director, Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO. Shri Prabuddha Ganguly, CEO, Vision IPR. Shri Vijay Chathaiwale, eminent biotechnologist, member of MHLC, Atal Innovation Mission. और मेरी आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है, एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए for all our panel members and the person who is going to chair, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe. I And to welcome all our gentlemen who are here on dais, I request Shri N.K. Mohanty, Senior Joint Controller of Patents and Designs, to kindly come and present this bouquet to each one who's present here on dais. और आप सभी की तालियां मैं चाहती हूँ जरूर बजती रहें. As we have some international guests as well on stage. Guys, I want you all to give a round of applause. और बार तालियां बजती रहेंगी तो आपको भी मजा आएगा और हमें भी मजा आएगा इस सेशन को कंडक्ट करने में. So, it's a humble request once again to each one of you. Come on, guys. Show your energy now. And for the coming hour, I am leaving you all with our guests who are here for the discussions. Over to Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe.
Good afternoon, all of you. Is it audible? I don't think so. Hello. Now it's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. After a very exciting session, previous session, where Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji laid the roadmap for what is in store and what we need to do. This is going to be a very important session where there are 5 panelists. Unlocking the value of IP in digital age, monetization of IP-driven research is a very important topic in today's world. And we have people from different countries joining this panel, and therefore it's going to be very exciting in terms of how in each of these countries IP, which is very important in terms of knowledge generation, and then also patenting, and finally productization and monetization is very, very important. And how best experiences of each one of them, best practices, they can share with each other, and then we will move forward. It's almost fag end. We are a little late. Nevertheless, all the knowledgeable speakers who are there in the audience, as well as the speakers here in the dais, I think they will make justice to limited time which is available. Let me start from my extreme left side. John Kabeka. I think what is it that you look for in what we term as unlocking the value of IP? Because one is creating IP, but after creating the IP, what is it that unlocking is going to happen? How does it happen?
Thank you, sir, and nice to meet everyone on the panel, and it's wonderful to be here today. And congratulations to the IP Office and to DPIIT and the Ministry of Commerce for an amazing program today. I thoroughly enjoyed last year's, and I did a podcast in September, and in that podcast I said, oh, I can't wait till the next National IP Day, and here we are. So I'm very happy to be here. When it comes to unlocking the value of IP, the first thing that comes to mind is being able to obtain that IP. And obviously that's a challenge, especially in, across many industries, whether it's digital, high tech, biotech, or anything in between. But at the same time, I think when we look at, a valuable IP, it's one that brings certain predictable, reliable results, one that, examiners are guided into making consistent decisions, one that helps applicants and applicants' representatives in preparing an application to present before an office in a way that helps the examiner make their determination in an expedited manner, but one that brings predictability and reliability, and most importantly, consistency across the entire system. And so, and I think that, all of our offices, even here at the table, as well as here in India and throughout the world, have struggled with that in various stages of their development, in various industries, even to today. And I just want to commend the recent announcement by the IP Office in asking for some public comment on what are some things that can be put into the guidelines to help make the examination guidelines more effective, and especially for the examiners, having been an examiner for myself at the USPTO now for over 34 years, but also, as I mentioned before, for applicants' representatives. And then once you have that IP, then it's enforcing that IP and being able to commercialize it and bring it to the market.
Thank you very much, Cannibal, John. And now let me come to Mr. Ben Jones. In the morning also and in this title also, what we are talking about is about IP in digital age. And therefore, in the context of digital age, where lots of digital technologies are emerging, and how do the starting of application, application itself and then processing, what Minister said in the previous session, how is it taking forward in your place, and what transition is required from the routine one to the digital one? Can you throw some light on that?
Certainly. And firstly, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you to you and indeed to the Indian IPO. And I'm Ben Llewellyn-Jones. I'm the Director for Business and International Policy from the UK's Intellectual Property Office. It's a pleasure to be here in Delhi from London, and I think a testament to the excellent cooperation the UK and India have, not least with Dr. Pandit's office. I think the first thing we'd say as an office that's going through this digital transition itself is that it requires a change from not just the office, but from customers too. And processes have to adapt. And the idea is to produce a frictionless process. And actually, technology can do that to some degree, but you can't replicate inefficient processes of the past. And I think there's an active dialogue now within our own system as to how to have one account for all IP that's held. That's a new innovation for us. But secondly, for all customers to be cognizant with how that frictionless approach can work. I think the second thing to say is digitization doesn't take away the need for rigor. And I think there's an assumption that speed and efficiency mean that rigor is somehow missed. And from watching our patent examiners use our new system, our new digital system, there is, if anything, more rigor and the ability to work with more rigor and more exactitude. And I think that should be reassuring to both applicants and indeed to officers. And I think the third thing to say as well is that I think it's fair to say that all IP officers, our own not least, is that are conservative organizations. We don't like to make mistakes. In fact, we don't make mistakes. And I think it's important when making these kinds of digital changes to eliminate error and to move at a pace that gives confidence. And I think that's exactly what we're doing in the UK. And indeed, I think that's giving confidence to applicants as they approach the system we're creating. So I think it's important to do, but to do it well. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ben. It's very exciting to know that stakeholder, not only consultation, awareness is also very important. Because we may transform our systems into digital systems, and unless the stakeholders are also involved in that, the success of that will not come. That is the story which you have mentioned very rightly. And now let me go to Dr. Vijay Chauthaiwale. And in the Indian perspective, based on the kind of filing that is happening in India, the growth story of India that is happening, we today talk about not only digital India on one side, but also in terms of Make in India, Startup India. There are many things which have been undertaken in the Bharat. In the light of that, how the creation of knowledge, which is in terms of converting into IP, finally has to find the light of the day in terms of getting into the society, useful applications to the society. So what are your thoughts on that, and how do we go about it?
First of all, thank you, Professor Sasrabudhe, and also thank you, Professor Unnat Pandit, for inviting me here. So essentially, any creation of new knowledge or technology can have broadly two objectives. One is, of course, for the societal purposes, and also parallelly for the monetary gains. And both are equally laudable objectives. There are so many public sector initiatives that has been taken by this government, which has been very unique, including the very unique example of Aadhaar and UPI. These kind of technologies, they are open source technologies, and therefore it is very useful in implementing it in a wide variety of platforms, having a very large benefit to the society. Second part is of course, for the for-profit organizations. There, the criticality of IP cannot be overemphasized. The issue in India is that when we did the transition from the process patent to the product patent, there was a lot of confusion and also lack of understanding about IP. But thanks to the regulators and also in last 10 years, enormous initiatives taken by the current government, the awareness of IP has now gone up tremendously, and which is a good thing. I think in addition to filing a patent or protecting IP, monetizing is equally important. Because if we cannot monetize our IP, then it loses its value very rapidly over a period of time. And many of the time, this is a dilemma. For example, are we filing the patent too early before the technology is matured, or are we too late? Because this timing has its advantages and disadvantages. The second part is finding the appropriate complementary collaborations to further strengthen this IP. And the third is all commercial aspects of licensing, etc. And everything revolves on how tight what it is called as your patent or your IP is. And therefore, especially for the small and medium sector enterprises and as well as for academic institutions, these kind of strategic decisions will require a lot of expertise, and therefore I think that in the knowledge economy which India is striving for, and in next 25 years, as Prime Minister Modi ji has said, that it's going to be Amrit Kal for Bharat, the very good deep insight about IP in all stakeholders, both in the government, in the regulators, as well as in the entrepreneurs, is absolutely essential. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vijay. Now we have Dr. Hiroki Watanabe from Japan.
Yes, nice to meet you.
I just wanted to ask you, there are a large number of patents filed by Japan, one of the countries with the highest number of patents, which is going on next to the US. Yeah, right. And therefore, what is that culture of creating patents, whether it is in schools, colleges, universities, or from the industries? What are the factors which influence doing that? And subsequently, many of these are transformed into actual products, and then what we are talking about monetization is happening in a big way. So your experience of your place will help us to understand it better and go ahead.
Thank you for introducing me. So I'm Hiroki Watanabe from JETRO. JETRO is a Japan External Trade Organization. The purpose of the mission of my organization is to promote trade relationship between Japan and other countries. So I would like to comment on the question based on my experience in India. Actually, I have stayed in India for 2 years. So I have many questions. I have received many questions from many questions from Japanese company. It is similar to tendency. That is how to utilize IP rights in India. So as chairman introducing Japanese companies file patent application around 4,000 per year. It is second to United States. So Japanese companies have many patent rights in India, but it is not enough to utilize them. The background of such situation, I think it is a reason that Japanese companies think IP rights is part of litigation. So they grant patent to protect their technology. But in the digital age, this is the theme of today's session, I would like to add one more value of these aspects of IP rights. So recently, needless to say, the open innovation is very, very important. So we need to find out a partner. So, but actually, I have many queries from Japanese company. They want to find out the proper technological partner. So JETRO tried to find out such partner in India, but actually it is very difficult because it is a reason. The reason is that there is no tool to find out proper partner. So patent is public information and involves many technological field aspect information, but it is very difficult to search. So before my career, before this position, I worked in Japan Patent Office as a patent examiner. So I tried to find out the technology I tried to search, but it is very difficult. So the reason is that database is not easy to not easy to operate to search to find out what we want to find out. So, but now the IT technology is very improved. So we can the IT technology like AI can support our search to find out technology or right partner. So it is my expectation. In the new age, we can find out the proper technological partner easily. So yes, it is my comment. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hiroki. In fact, we all know that from the traditional systems earlier, when we had to go to the library and hunt for information, the digital age has helped us to get all the information at our doorsteps, on our mobile phone to PC to laptop, and that's how it has become helpful. But that culture has to come in. Unless we have a system where innovation is inbuilt, unless we start thinking about it right from probably school days, and then support system in the colleges and universities, maybe then they can go to industry and still continue that same journey, but that is what is important. So Professor Prabuddha Ganguly, what is your take on how do we engage with students in order to create this kind of an ecosystem in the first place?
I think it's extremely relevant as far as we are concerned in the country. I would start, since we are talking about the digital and digitization process, and India is going through this huge revolution at a very rapid pace. If you take, I will start with the new education policy from there on, where a large part of the new education policy is all about getting accessibility, and accessibility through a digital media, digital processes, digital platforms. So one of the things that's going to be very important from our country's point of view is our copyright law sufficiently facilitative of this particular process? We need to look and re-examine our copyright law very carefully to ensure that there are sufficient enabling features that would really promote the principles and the objectives of the new education policy. That's the point number one. And once we do that, that will give rise to access to knowledge and all these other things quite freely. Freely, I don't mean in terms of freely in terms of money, but freely in terms of access. And therefore, our copyright law must look at those exceptions and limitations very, very carefully. I think it's time to relook at that. Point number one. Point number two, from our schools, colleges, universities, where we are all coming from, for a long time the government has been speaking about what we call as the one nation, one subscription policy. Now, it's a very important feature, so that not everybody goes on negotiating separate licenses with journals, information sources, etc. So we need, again from the digital point of view, to bring in and really implement, propose, put forth together, and actually the nation go ahead with the one nation, one subscription policy, then it would open up that to the education institutions. That's the point number 2 that I would like to make. And point number 3, which I'd like to make, is, for example, if you look at, we have heard yesterday and part of it today, when we look at some of the aspects that, our writers, for example, the script writers, the filmmakers, and everybody else, the creative industry. If you look at the creative industry, point is that we have these copyright societies and everybody, but do we have a common code? So that, we identify, we do all these things together. We do, I think we need to do these things a bit urgently and take it on. I would stop here and then take it further from there.
Thank you, Professor Prabhuddha Ganguly. Very important thing which you mentioned is about how national education policy, which came in 2020, about 3 years ago, is driving innovation in different ways. And also, your take on one nation, one subscription is important, because with about 55,000 odd colleges, which are some of them, most of them rather, affiliated to around 400 odd state universities, independently another 400 odd universities which are in the private sector, plus central universities, institutions of eminence, and institutions of national importance like IITs and NITs. Each one of them is struggling to find means, budget, for procuring those journals and the patent, information, all of that, which is a high fee. If some of the best institutes have this difficulty, you can imagine about those 50,000 institutions in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns and cities, and therefore one nation, one subscription is an important idea. But publishers also have to come forward and negotiate and get a price which is reasonable, which will work in the interest of both. That is what it is stuck right now, and hope we'll find the solution in the near future. Well, I would like to mention, I just got quick information from some activity which we started in AICT when I was the chairman of AICT, that we wanted to support filing of patents by the college students, which are in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. They are not IITs, they are not NITs, they are not IIMs, they are not ICERs, triple ITs, but colleges affiliated to university in small places. We said if you file X number of patents, we will fund for your next X number of patents. And we had a target of 10,000 patents to be filed by these colleges. And we found 599 institutions in the country have filed 8,711 patents, and 5,361 published, and so far 355 have been granted. And there is a cycle of granting which takes little time. And since now we are all talking about digital ways and increasing the number of examiners and all that, I hope this 5,361 will convert into patents sooner than later. I hope Dr. Unnat Pandit is listening to what I am saying, and that is very, very important, significant. But given that, there is some motivation, inspiration provided through some kind of an incentivization. But the brass tacks which we have found is our schooling system, our college system, our examination system is at the rock bottom, and we find that most of our university examinations, they are still based on rote learning. You study a subject, you learn all those chapters, notes given by the faculty, there are textbooks, you mug it up, and then the questions are such that you can reproduce without understanding. And that innovative spirit will not come out of that. And therefore, first and foremost thing is, entire examination system should be transformed from currently whatever 3-hour system of examination to even open book examination, give a 1 week time, give open-ended problems, ask them to hunt for information, go and meet anyone who you like, come back and then submit that assignment. And based on that, if evaluation starts, I'm sure right from school to high school to college and university, large number of innovative, activities will begin from the institutions and then finally IP generation. So may I come back to Mr. John? Now, based on all that what we have discussed and 5 panelists have told, what do you want our audience to know about this particular topic on your own? What is your take on any one of these things which we have discussed, and how do we go forward?
Thank you. It's a great broad question, so I can talk about anything I want. Thank you. No, I was sitting here thinking as all of the panelists were speaking that ultimately, especially we're talking about the topic of the panel today and digital transformation, and it boils down to access to information. That's really what we want. Access to information. We already had some great dialogue earlier today that I don't need to repeat about, artificial intelligence and some of the complications that creates for IP and innovators. But ultimately, it means that, for India, it is a country of curious individuals that are thriving for more information. And I think a lot of the things that have recent initiatives underway have been put in place to help give that access across the entire country. And it's one of those things when we think about, I heard some comments that, earlier today about, India wanting to become an innovation-driven knowledge economy. I feel it already is an innovation-driven knowledge economy. It is curious, it is innovative, there are brilliant people, there's so much going on to help spur innovation and research, especially at the grassroots level. And when I look at my former role as the USPTO director in Silicon Valley, and working with startups and entrepreneurs and small and large businesses across the west coast of our country, it became really clear to me the incredible role that government-funded research plays in helping to kickstart these early-stage entrepreneurs, to help them explore and investigate and interrogate new solutions to solve our world problems. And through that, they're actually able to develop their own intellectual property, and it has this infectious snowball effect, as we like to say, where any IP that's created, any new knowledge or innovations that are created, it motivates another innovator to see how they can do that, how they can do it better. Can they improve on it? Can they also create their own IP and develop something? And then ultimately, these what used to be very small companies become very large companies, or even or still small but bigger companies, and they end up becoming what we like to call IP-intensive industries. And in the U.S., we track that, and we've seen. We do these reports every couple years, and our most recent report uses data from 2019, and every time we do this report, it increases, but it now shows that 41% of our entire economy, of our gross domestic product, is contributed to these IP-intensive industries. And what is an IP-intensive industry? It's an industry that reinvests its revenue into creating new technologies, into creating new products, bringing new things to the market, commercializing. And a lot of that, what we see in these research IP-intensive industries, we see them even here from the US here in India, that have their own funding sources to help startups here in India create and innovate and create their own IP here in India. So it's been that connection between the Silicon Valley and India was very strong. It's what drew me to come out here 3 years ago. And I felt the motivation that I hope we all felt from today's program back then. And it just, of course, COVID slowed that down, but glad to see that is in full speed ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. John. In fact, we also have similar issues and problems and solutions which we are looking forward to. And replicating Silicon Valley in places like Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in places like Chennai, Gurugram. All of these are possible places where similar things are happening. And you talked about snowball effect, and that's very important. whatever you earn through this, through monetization, if you put back for further innovation, it's a cycle which will consolidate year after year, producing more IP, more patents, and that is what we are looking forward to. Now let me go to the other side, Mr. Dr. Hiroki. I wanted to ask you a very important, pertinent question. We all study in English here in most of the higher education institutions. Our gross enrollment ratio is hardly 27%. 27% of those people of the age group of those who are in age group of say 15, 16 to 23, they are only 27% in higher education, be it in science, arts, commerce, engineering, all together. That means after the grade 10, about more than 73% of the people are left out from the higher education. And therefore, whether in terms of information, whether in terms of technology, knowing about it and creating IP, they are not participating. Their participation is less. And therefore, yeah, in India, I'm talking about in India. I'm referring to you for a different reason. Most of these people study in their local mother tongue, their own languages. We have innumerable languages, 22 statutory recognized languages. And there are thousands of languages in which they converse and all that. And if everything available information is in English, they are devoid of this information in the first place. They can't understand it, they can't use it, and they cannot progress forward. Whereas with a background from Japan, your education is also in Japanese language. How do you get all that information available in English in your language? And thereby you continue to have innovation, you continue to have research, continue to have patents being filed in Japan.
Okay, so I'm sorry if my understanding is not correct. So in Japan, so first, contribution from young generation to innovation. So while I staying in India, I visited some universities in India, so like IIT or Amity University. So my feeling is different. So every university, in every university, every student is very, very proactive, and they has passion to create new innovation or new business. Or so I'm a little bit amazed that only you feel the less participation from a young age. So comparison to the India situation, as you know, Japan is an aging country, unfortunately. So the number of young generation is decreasing. So it is a very big problem for Japan. So sorry, my comment is a little bit different from your question, but what I would like to expect is to promote relationship between India and Japan, and to create something new, collaborate. So because the young generation is decreasing in Japan, so yeah, if our countries collaborate, I believe something new, innovation can be made. Thank you.
Dr. Hiroki, you're right, you know, Japan has aging population and India has bubbling young population. And therefore, unless we collaborate, the rich experience of the old with the young dynamic persons from college and students from schools, we come together, I'm sure that we will be able to do much better work, not only for your respective countries, but also for the entire globe. That's very important. There are challenges in terms of pollution, in terms of environment, in terms of, we all know SDG goals which we have to get to. So I think working together is also very significant and important. Dr. Ben Jones, coming to you, you know, we have this innovation center in every college or institute which we have started developing, including in science colleges, arts colleges, technical education, etc. And many of these ideas, they are wonderful ideas, some of them practicable, not practicable. And some of them, they go a little far and will be at, say, TRL level 1 or 2, and they die down. We all talk about in startups valley of death. And most of the great ideas also will go up to TRL 1, 2 and then die. What is it that you make in UK to make it convertible to level 3, 4, 5, have the journey till they reach the end and then convert it into really monetizable product, That's very, very important thing.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. I mean, the UK is fortunate to have sustained its position in the Global Innovation Index at number 4. We're very proud of that, but we're not complacent because, as we've heard, others are climbing up that list, and indeed, innovation requires innovation. I think to answer your question directly, I mean, there are really two golden triangles, we call them in the UK, where you see innovation being turned into, certainly in a university space, into monetization, which are really based around the two largest universities, I guess, in this space in the UK, Cambridge and Oxford. And whilst we wish to sustain that, I think that the challenge to ourselves is how to grow beyond that. But the frequency, I think, with which we see IP turned into effectively monetized products in those two golden triangles is partly a feature of practice, to be honest. It's the kind of people who are working there who are used to doing this. It's partly a feature of the capital that's attracted to those spaces as well, that the right people are thinking about this and able to access the right kind of capital. And I think it's also partly a function of the ability to fail. So many, as you say, don't make it, and yet the scale with which innovation is being created in those two golden triangles permits those that do succeed to get through and to come through. Failure it's a good thing. So Thomas Edison said, I didn't fail to make a light bulb 2,000 times. I learned how to make it once, and the other 1,999 times were just practice, basically. Or I'm paraphrasing significantly, but nonetheless, failure is a good thing in some ways if you're going to succeed with innovation later. So I think the challenge to ourselves is how to grow beyond those two golden triangles, but really sustaining that is what we're about as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ben. It's very important. You talked about golden triangles. The failures also should be acceptable. Unless you fail, you don't learn, and therefore very important. Risk-taking is also equally important. Professor Prabodh Ganguly, you talked earlier about national education policy, how it is empowering. Very significantly, a new dimension has come that you don't necessarily require PhD to become a faculty member, assistant or associate and professor. We have brought in a system of what is called as professors of practice. People from industry, if they are brought into the education sector, their experience from there will be showcased to the students, and many innovative things can start happening. So how do we engage more and more of professors of practice in our education sector?
I think this is extremely important. In the last few years, if you look at some of the institutions in India, we've actually gone out to the industry. We have gone out to various parts of the world and have invited people to come in with a rich source of experience as professor of practice. And the advantage we have got out of that is that people now have the flexibility, which was not there before. So you can come and spend certain number of days, certain few months to mutual convenience, work the things out that way, get the value of the experience, both from industry and other sources. And this is just beginning to work, right? And I don't think we have yet exploited it to the extent that we ought to, though we have the freedom to do it. So I think we need to promote it. More importantly, though IITs and higher institutions, other institutions of learning, are beginning to exploit it, those tier 2, tier 3 and those parts, we have not really taken this concept to that level. We need to take it more to that level. Even though I would say ICT had started this whole concept of bringing in people to mentor, that system needs to get a lot more at the ground level. And I'm sure, though conceptually it's great, we have to find ways of really making it happen on the ground. And in doing that, even utilizing all the digital platforms which are before us, which are available with us, I think we need to exploit it a lot more. So I think it's really working it on the ground that matters. I think the policies are there, but we need to make it happen.
Thank you, Dr. Ganguly. Let me come to Dr. Vijay. You have been not only a doctorate, but also worked in the industry for quite some time, especially in biotech-related area, chemical technology area. So this is where lots of possible applications to the society exist. Say, for example, in agriculture, the kind of fertilizers to be used, the kind of insecticides to be used, not used, etc. In terms of healthcare systems is also a very important issue. We have found that during COVID, how difficult it was to manage and then get to develop indigenous vaccine. And then we also have several applications which are in transportation sector and many other places. So how industry exposure can be given to students, thereby their innovativeness will enhance by leaps and bounds. Can you throw some light on that?
I think we talk a lot about industry academia collaboration or interaction, but the fact is that still things are not happening the way or at the level which we would like to have. And one of the main reason is that there is a strong mismatch between the expectations of industry from the academia, of the industry from academia, and vice versa. So unless those expectations are matched, such collaboration is difficult. For example, many a times industry thinks that academics should give a technology them on a platter which they can start production next day and start earning a profit. Or at the other side, many a times academics develop the technology which industry may not want it in many cases, or it's already available somewhere. So I guess collaboration at the early stages will be of immense useful. Now I would share experience of this Atal Innovation Mission, which I am a part of, and also Dr. Unnat Pandit was also part of it at some time point. It is a very unique experiment where the culture of innovation is being inculcated even at the school days. And this Atal Tinkering Lab, which one of them has received award today, is a classic example of it. The government has established more than 10,000 tinkering labs in the schools where students who otherwise don't have any exposure to scientific laboratory, their vision gets opened about the latest technology of robotics or 3D printing, etc. And since they are sort of incubator, challenging the novel ideas or challenging the most pressing problem in front of society, at every level, Atal Tinkering Mission, Atal Innovation Mission is trying to intervene and bring a culture of innovation in India. And I guess, and that is happening at the academic institutions, but at the same time, they are closely working with the industry. So such a collaboration at early stage, when the students are actually learning how to innovate, but at the same time, understanding what industry wants or what are the demands of industry, this kind of collaboration, if we can establish, I guess our productivity and our innovative ability will grow multifold. Thank you.
Vijay, We do have Atal Tinkering Labs, which number more than 10,000 today. And remember, they are all class 6, 7, 8 students bringing out some innovative ideas, experimenting on them, and some of them may convert into patents. I have a concrete example where a couple of students of 7th grade, 8th grade have filed several patents and they have been sanctioned. And some of them have productized and started their own entrepreneurial journey while in the school. And there are beautiful examples of this nature, but numbers are very small. How do you scale up? You know, in India with 1.4 plus billion population, naturally scaling up is very, very important so that it will have an impact. And that is where we need to understand what are the possible avenues. Similar to Atal Tinkering Labs, we have several fab labs, or we call idea labs in AICT, which have been started in the institutions with 50% budget from government, 50% to be pitched in by themselves, so that they have a stake in that. Otherwise, sometimes only the grant is given, they will take it and keep it, you know. Whereas if you are involved in also putting in some money, naturally you get involved in it. Well, now we had 2 rounds of discussions from all the panelists. You had some insight into why and how IP is to be generated, how it can be monetized, how we can support systems to be created. But now let us get to the audience, and if they have any suggestions or questions to any one of the panelists, you can raise your hand and then we can continue for some more time till the organizers say, now it is time for you to go. We will continue to do some more exercise. Anyone? Yes, please, sir. No, you have a mic? Can be to anyone. Dr. Selvamurthy, you introduce also.
Thank you, Professor Anil Saksarbudhe, the chair. I am Dr. Selvamurthy. I am the Chancellor, Amity University, Chhattisgarh, and also I am the president for all Amity institutions in India and abroad for research, innovation. I served DRDO, Government of India, for 40 years. Now, I have a few suggestions, because first of all, compliments to the chair and the panelists for these wonderful ideas. That how do you convert Saraswati to Lakshmi and monetizing the patents? You create a patent and then ultimately you need to commercialize. One of the ecosystems in India which is lacking this conversion of monetizing the patents, which could be at 2 stages. One as a patent, the other one is translating them into a deliverable. It could be a product, technology, or a process. This is where the gap is. In our system of education, we are encouraging more publications. If you look at the universities or AICT institutions, and we only ask how many publications you have, what is the impact factor, what is the citation index. Nobody asks how many product or prototype or a deliverable you gave, or how much is the industry impact of your research. So I think we must change the evaluation system in our universities, in the PBAS, and all the ACRs, CPARs, that you must ask this question, that how much is the focus on your translational research? You might have published paper, you have filed the patent, but then what is the next step? So this is one suggestion for AICT, UGC, that you must create an incentivizing system, which you mentioned, that you must ask this question, that how many prototypes, how many products you developed or technologies you developed. So this is one. The second is the TRL, which you mentioned about. DST has started some initiative of establishing Technology Enabling Center. If you have a TRL 2, 3, then how do you convert them into 6, 7, or 8 so that the industry will take it up for commercialization? So this is the second suggestion, that TECs should be very active, connect with the institutions so that it will give a regional coverage to all institutions. The other part is, the last part which I want to give is the industry connect. which is very, very low in our country. The institutions, universities, AICT institutions, or even IITs, there's much to be desired in terms of a strong industry connect. The confidence level of industry for our academic institutions and academic institutions delivering to the cultural need of the industry is really not taking place. So this is the gap area which we need to address. Amity system, just only one more minute, has made this ecosystem possible right from schools to the universities. We have more than 2,020 patents, and we have 30 technologies have been commercialized. So we establish those processes, ecosystem, and we incentivize giving 20% of the share to the inventors. Suppose if a technology is transferred. So similar could be incentivizing is very important so that people look at the money, monetizing. So what is the value I get as an inventor? So these are some suggestions.
Thank you, Dr. Selvamurthy, about the translational research which you talked about, rather than giving importance to research publications in journals. Many of the parameters which we ask for in accreditation or in ranking, if we start changing it, naturally people will start looking into it. And that's what has happened already. Few changes are done in the accreditation process, asking for parameters, how many patents, how many of them are translated into real products and conversion. All those are given points, then naturally they get 0 point in that, then they will start asking for more and more. You know, that is one area through which we do. And both Industry Connect, which Vijay Chauthai also talked, and you also talked. Many decades we have been talking about industry-institute interaction. And what happens in most of the places is once in a year there is a seminar like this, 1 day, 2 days, we come together, shake hands, have a cup of tea, lunch, dinner, and then move out, and then come next year again. I think we have to move on from there, and therefore the terminology itself is also very important. Rather than saying industry-institute interaction, it's only interaction. We should talk about collaboration, which is also happening now. We sign MOUs with industries, but many of those MOUs are dormant, and those files are kept in the almirahs of the university to say that we have 100 MOUs signed with industries. But what is really required is industry-institute partnership. When you become partners, both are having the same stakes. And industry in terms of employable graduates on one side, and also in terms of new innovations which come in, they will be making use of it. Therefore, they will involve in curriculum development. They will involve in supporting creation of new research labs. They will involve in also in examination system. I think once that happens, that partnership is very important. I think you hit the nail. There will be some examples. Dr. Prabuddha wants to give some example on how some of these best practices are possible to be, taken forward elsewhere.
Correct. So I just want to give you examples. Say, for example, in Pune, in one of the universities in Pune, and I wouldn't mind mentioning the name, because then you have an example in front of you, is Vishwakarma University in Pune. I'm a member of the Board of Governors of Vishwakarma University, and what has been done there in the last 5 years is that partnership with industry. So industries in and around Pune have actually become partners of the university. Right there, they have identified certain evolving technologies. They said, we want something like this, and if it comes to a point, we will commercialize it. So that's the point, the starting point. Point number one. Point number two, as you rightly said, with these things as they get developed, this becomes a part of the curriculum. That has become a part of the curriculum. That's point number two. Point number three, because students and faculty with the industry are involved, when pilot plants and many of these things are being made, they're all a part of it. And the industry has already begun to take, in these last 5 years, a couple of them, I won't say all of them, we must be having about 8 or 10 such partnerships. 2 have gone into fluctuation. So I think that's The learning that we have gone through that, we would be prepared to share that learning with anyone who's interested in doing that. But we can make it happen. It's not impossible. It's a question of exactly, just as Dr. Murthy mentioned about it. We need to really focus. We need to put it all together, and we can make it happen. And I'll tell you one of the most advanced technologies which has been developed, and this is shortly going into commercialization by the company, which funded the whole thing. The IP is shared between the company and but the right to use it and commercialization is with the company, and the company is actually paying. So the university is earning through that. And then there's a benefit sharing arrangement to that.
Thank you, Dr. Ganguly. I think there are many best practices. I hope all of you will share those best practices on a common portal. And also we have an internship portal. I just wanted to mention, no one mentioned about that. Our college and university students who are studying in universities, unless they go to the real life practice sessions and look at what is happening there, innovation will not come out. And therefore, mandatory internship for all graduating students, whether they are from domain of arts, commerce, business, economics, engineering, pharmacy, architecture is very, very critical. And we have a national level portal. I don't know how many of you know. It's a AICT's internship portal where 1.5 crore students, 15 million students are registered. And around 3 million students have been given internship from small scale, medium scale, large scale industries, including some of the NGOs. I think going out of the institute, out of the box thinking will bring in innovation. With these few words, I think the organizers, you want to ask something?
Sir.
So we wanted to close, so anyway, yes, then now there are more hands.
Yeah. I'm an advocate and patent agent and attorney. This question is on behalf of Indian patent agents and attorneys. Since the panelists are comprised of global IP authorities, can we follow some kind of guideline which is very common in US, Certified Patent Valuation Analysis? So can we have that kind of thing in India in order to support our grassroots innovators for commercializing their inventions? This question is to Prabuddha Ganguly panelist, sir, because we feel that he's the Buddha of IPR in India.
Very quickly, the idea is very good. We should be doing it because if you look at the startups in India, so we are talking about the numbers, the quality of patents that are filed by the startups are quite poor. And that's the reason the startups, when they start developing, they are not able to commercialize fully and take full advantage of the IP. So if we have this type of a process in the country, it would be great. And I would even go a step further, that if we tell our different attorney firms in the country, if each one of them, good ones, can adopt 2 or 3 startups and let the government come and create a new policy that this is a part of CSR. Something like that.
Question from somewhere. Yes, sure.
Very good evening to all. I just in continuation with what Sir from DRDO, I'm sorry I forgot your name, just in continuation with his suggestions, my suggestion is in last few years, IITs have set up a technical park and technical innovation hub. If such kind of things and policies are implemented at NIT levels and in other professional colleges, engineering colleges, which are private engineering colleges, then I think this kind of innovation culture can be promoted and it should be, if it can be incorporated, just like Dr. Prabuddha Ganguly just now told about the other university, Vishwakarma University, which he is board of directors. Likewise, and unfortunately for biotechnology courses, there is no such enforcement program like internship, which should be made compulsory because I am immunologist turned IPR professional, and I'm practicing IPR since last 16 years. And I have 11 years of diagnostic industry experience. And what I find is...
Madam, it is available for all domains. Now it depends on corresponding industry, corresponding educational institutions providing internship on one side and takers on the other side. It is like matchmaking portal which is available based on AI. So I think it's not that it's not available.
They are not using it. If it is enforced compulsorily for various institutes and
those who are in biotechnology,
colleges,
which is an engineering program, it is mandatory. But in BSc,
MSc
or
biotechnology,
MSc, it is not compulsory.
Yes,
but
yes.
slowly UGC is also doing the same thing. So you will soon require
they
internship to be
offer
mandatory.
independent internship programs.
Sure. Okay. Yours is the last one.
Yeah, last one, and I'll do it quickly. Just two things I just want to point out. Regarding MSMEs, these are real growth engines and provide most of the employments in the country. So, should we not work on the policy related to the MSME, wherein they create more and more IP, and the banks on the one side come forward and mortgage those IPs and give them loans so that they can expand themselves. This is one of the major things that needs to be done. One program, SIPP, is being run by the Patent Office, but I don't think that serves much of the purpose, because unless they come and innovate, the awareness is created, we are not going to see much development, because MSMEs are the one which can grow. One who has
absolutely agreed. MSME is the backbone for the large industry, in fact. So therefore, they will have the same value. I hope people from DIPPT are all...
And sir, one more thing, like what you did for AICT, for the...
we will discuss offline also later,
Sure,
okay, after the function.
Thank you.
Is over. So, on behalf of the organizers, I thank all the panelists for bringing in different perspectives. I'm very thankful to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Now, as I can see, many of you have left, though we had one more session, but we are keeping it for tomorrow. And that was all for the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening ahead.
There is an announcement here. The session on the igniting your IP strategy on conference theme, open discussion and dialogue and voice of the conference will be held tomorrow. And tomorrow there is going to be an exciting session with the Delhi High Court judges also. And make sure that you reach to the venue before 9, and we have a half-day session planned, followed by the valedictory at before 1. We want to close so that you all can enjoy the exciting match between India and Pakistan. So without fail, we want to invite all of you for tomorrow as well. Be on time. Make sure that